waiting for. Pick 'em up, off the floor. It's on the house and we about to blow. It's dynamite and who gon' stop it? Get the key and like it, baby, cause we at the door. Here we breaking the news, making the promise, not in it's to lose. Sorry, not sorry, don't pity your fool. Let's get it started, I've been in the mood. Take a look at the two, take a look at my views. I be all in my bag, and I'm picking up two. I'm the best on the map, not a regular dude. The respect on my ground when I set it and move. I'm ahead of the line, making the rules, I'm ahead of my time. Watch how I cruise, I'm rocking the ship, tell the haters to move. The champion tell, we pay that I do. Action, we want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active, let's get active. Action. The action, we moving with traction. We tend to get active, let's get active. Rhyme with me, yeah they rhyme with me. Come and slide with me like the tide slippery. Got the town burning in the squad with me. Yeah, the squad with me. Ride with me, yeah they rhyme with me. Come and slide with me like the tide slippery. Got the town burning in the squad with me. And the guys with me, this is our mission. This is our mission. Action, we want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active, let's get active. Action. Action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active. Yeah, let's get active. Yeah. Tornado, let's get active. Straight off the cuff, I'ma smash 'em. So come try your luck if we crashing. I am the captain, calling it pack. Action. We want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active. Let's get active.
So we're hitting full power. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Pick up the pace cause it's not enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up, full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up. La 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 la. Pump, 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 pump. La 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 la. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up, full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up.
Hey, can I be a little outlandish for a sec? Yeah. What I gotta do to get y'all respect? Give me the microphone, 1, 2, check. What you gonna do? And let me go and run it, I'ma run up the check. Stay light on my feet, flow like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Tell you guys out, you ain't outsourcing me. Said you want extra, it ain't gonna be cheap. Say what? We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Say what? Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Say what? Finna go all out. Finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. There ain't no explaining it, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. They know I go extra hard and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what? Like you ain't heard me the first time, or you ain't see it with your third eye. I'm always ready like every time. Show and tell 'em my preferred style. I like jeans with a little bit of rip in the denim. Shows you how long I've been in 'em. Back and forth, I ain't gotta tell 'em. Take this work, now go sell it. Say what? We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Say what? Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Say what? Finna go all out. Finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. There ain't no explaining it, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. They know I go extra hard and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, I've been at the bottom, let it down from the top. I can't let them freeload. I got hit on my plug. We got so much to do. I gotta reload. Let me call you tomorrow. I got tests when I'm finished, but I keep it moving. If I stop in the process, you gon' run out my time. I need it, it's crucial. It's life in the top of the mountains where eagles will ride. How they find me is higher than ever. You can let fire, so run, make it down, make it minute. I push, I've been on the way. I got no time to look back, and my family's gon' need some more cheddar, so let's get it poppin'. Told me to put up a setup, you seen up, but never been better. You gon' let it count, it fine. Bumpin', I'm crossing the line, we ready to sign. Yeah, oh, can't I get out of my way? This shit no walk up a giant. Yeah, oh, don't want me swallowing my teeth, might have some blood on my tooth. Yeah, oh, I kinda settle the beef, so Lord, forget what I do. I'm at the top, yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than never. Yeah, mad at the satellite calling for all my endeavors. Yeah, I ain't gon' slide on you, tweaking, you know I don't let up. Yeah, so Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than never. Yeah, mad at the satellite calling for all my endeavors. Yeah, I ain't gon' slide on you, tweaking, you know I don't let up. Yeah, so Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah. I'm loyal to this till I die, and I'm switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and I didn't get as fast, do it die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and we don't get as fast, do it die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. If you listen with a can as fast, do it die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. So now I'm looking back, I got wins on my mind. I got wins on my mind. I got wins on my mind, yo.
So good, it can't stop. That rhythm on top is moving my feet as soon as it drops. So you can try to fight it, but that music don't stop. Don't stop, that music don't stop. Don't stop, that music don't, music don't. Don't stop, that music don't stop. Don't stop, that music don't, music don't. Get it right, it just keeps on coming. Tell me if you've had enough. So good, it's got you stepping this way. Yeah.
And we are back for the final day of North America. Stage 4 finals is upon us. And I'm not joined just by my own scary thoughts. I'm also joined by two very, very tired British men, Ton and Brody. It's good to be back again here for another broadcast again. We got our, I got our licks in for our North American showcase yesterday. I guess nobody was surprised except for us walking into that one. A great showcasing of what North America had to offer across the entirety of the day, Brody. But going in towards this one, it's still anybody's game for who is going to Katowice.
Yeah, today is really important. Obviously 3 spots for the Katowice from North America, and we know 2 of those teams already in the upper bracket final, or in the grand final, and the lower bracket final. 2 of those teams that are already making it to Katowice. There's still 1 more spot on the line today, but even beyond that, I talked about it yesterday. It's all about seeding today. You want to make sure you get as high of a seed as possible. It is very important to go as far into the bracket as you possibly can.
Well, Ton, it's even more than just the seeding that we're going to be talking about. That lower bracket round 1 matchup is what we're going to be mostly looking forward to. But in case you are unfamiliar, we keep on talking about Katowice. Katowice is not only just a beautiful city in Poland, it is our destination in November. You might as well take a look at this video in case you were unaware of what we're in store for.
Elevate are the greatest Call of Duty mobile team in the world. Big map, not largely land from XtreM trying to step up the tempo work. Mihawk with another double. He's been so good for his squad first. A decent comeback effort for Tribe. Trying to force the Annihilator. Zip out, but still finds a way to break it through. 3 for Rehan. The break, they've got split spawns. Can they pick this up? No, they can't because Tron gets the double. Victory out of nothing. God.
So if you didn't regain from Fusion, a dub is a dub at the end of the day.
November 7th through the 9th, mark your calendars because we have just under $1 million for a prize pool to shake things over in Katowice for Call of Duty Mobile in the World Finals. But Ton, yesterday we had our definitely wits about us to be able to see what North America had to offer. We know that some of their better players have kind of dispersed to play across CDM. They love the competition over there. They love how the LAN environment does feel. But North America definitely still has its talent amongst all of its current competitors.
Oh, 100% does, and I think that was really shown with TLE straight on the very first game, right? We knew they were one of the favorites coming in. They looked great over their previous stages, and they came in and looked very, very solid, albeit, going up against XPE, we were expecting this to kind of happen, but for TLE, it was very much in the fashion they would have liked it. Pretty confident, pretty comfortable across the board. Never really looked like losing the series outside of a couple of rounds of Search and Destroy, which is something we'll talk about for XPE as we go through this pre-show. But yeah, for the most part, TLE very, very comfortable with their performance. They advance on through to Katowice and, of course, to that winners bracket final.
XPE, to what we were talking about earlier, you saw on the bracket, they will be in that lower round 1 matchup, still fighting for that 3rd position, not joined by any strangers as far as the competition is concerned, Brody. We had a secondary matchup yesterday. It was UnMythic Dream going up against Rejects. And, well, in this series, we had the old guard of Marshy & Co. Taking up against what we know is UnMythic Dream, a very tailored name, and a couple of up and rising as we've seen through the previous years here in COD Mobile NA.
Yeah, and I think, going in, of course, we were kind of setting expectations. We had this Rejects roster that looked, we didn't really know what to expect out of them, right? I mean, you've got that old guard and Envy, Shane and Raballo, and they came in here and really did show up at multiple points. The hard points were really close in this matchup. Of course, Rejects actually had a lead on the Hacienda. They ended up letting that game kind of get away from them. You go to that Search and Destroy, and albeit it was close to begin with, things started to slip away from them as you get to the second half. UnMythic Dream just looked way too strong on their offense, and it was, I think, really the shining light in the series was that control. Ultimately, you go to that control, and that's where Rejects, they looked the strongest, and albeit that came a little bit down to maybe UnMythic Dream having a bit of a collapse in round number 2. I mean, it was like a 14v8 they lost and kind of lost their head from that point onwards. That is still, I think, the one shining thing that Reject needs to take away from this series. You lost the series, you lost very close hard points, but there were moments like that control victory and like some kind of late game hard point that really do show that they're still a roster to be feared.
It always felt like that in that series alone, that it was who could balance more plates spinning right above their heads. Consistency was just lackluster. You saw Envy start off hot. He kind of fell off through that series as the later stages of it. Shisui was a constant threat throughout all of it. But then that raid control, like you were talking about, Brody, yeah, the macro game for Rejects is what kept them very competitive throughout all of the respawns. And even in that 7-4 search and destroy on the coastal, we'll have to see what is in store for them. But then we then ended up having a third conclusion for a matchup. This is where seeding, of course, was on the line. We already knew UnMythic Dream and TLE Esports, they guarantee themselves to finish top 3 here. It just depends on the seeding. And TLE Esports going in towards this one ton, the final series of the day, just absolutely wiped the floor with UnMythic Dream. The hardpoint was close. We reached overtime in the search and destroy, but the control on that takeoff 3-1, cherry on top to who's the number 1 in the region, at least thus far.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't too much of a surprise, I suppose. In the end, the series probably looks a little more comfortable than it really was. There was still some moments here and there. Of course, the Search and Destroy really did go to the wire, didn't it? It was a couple of overtimes before we got our winner there. But ultimately, TLE proving that they can do it in comfortable series. They can do it in ones which are maybe a little less comfortable in certain areas. And, well, getting the job done. That's all they really needed to do. I think at this stage as well, we were curious how the teams are going to kind of set up. Of course, seeding, extremely important. But that prize pool as well is significant, to say the least, to some of these teams. But that initial prizing of getting yourself through to Katowice, that seeding, massively important, and they still have another couple of boxes to tick as far as that goes today.
And you do get that immediate payoff of the VOD, right? I mean, we don't know what that entire practice is looking behind the scenes for these two teams, for UnMythic Dream going up against TLE. We only have the score lines from what the previous stage might suggest in between these two teams. Whether they face each other or not behind the scenes is completely up in the wind, at least from our knowledge. But let us know, get in towards our DMs, because we're definitely wanting to get more knowledgeable on what this team definitely has to offer. But we have one more spot. We continue to talk about it. We do have the guaranteed TLE Esports UnMythic Dream. Whether they're number 1 or number 2 is the guaranteed to the conclusion of this Sunday. But we have to figure out who is going to be that third team, and the schedule could not be more well timed because we got the first series up on the docket. And Brody, I'm going to start talking with you here again. Rejects versus XPE. Marshy, Envy. You got Old Guard going up against what is the up and coming for XPE. You and I mean, selfishly, I'll go ahead and out both of us. We would love to see Marshy at Worlds competing again. It feels like Tribe back in like 2022, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm kind of shooting for the stars here a little bit at this point, but it would be awesome to see Rejects make it a champs. If OG by some miracle make it out of CDM, if they make it a champs, it'll be awesome to see those teams face off, and it'll be a really fun matchup just to see like Marshy go up against Tech. That would be just awesome. But yeah, this Rejects team, I don't want to be a bias caster, but I think it would be quite interesting to see them not qualify in any real way. I think you look at these players, and for the most part, all of them more or less have made it to champs over the last 3 to 4 years. So for this to be the first one that some of these players haven't made it to champs would be a wild storyline. And I guess for the other side then, for XPE going into this first match of the day, that's something huge for you to take and kind of run with throughout the entirety of the day. Potential lower bracket run to kind of work with. You start that by taking out what I know many people maybe wouldn't describe them as a Titanic team, but a great team like Rejects with the experience they have. Hey, listen, that's a great thing to start your day with. That's going to give you a hell of a lot of momentum.
XPE versus Rejects, ton. We had the pleasure of watching these two teams get pushed absolutely to the brink. Yesterday, Rejects able to take a map off of a top 2-3 team guaranteed, But going in towards this one, XPE came up just a little bit too short. And as the rosters do pop up on the screen, I think that Rihan is probably the one that jumps off the page immediately. He has a lot of tailored time facing against the opposition on the opposite side of the screen.
Yeah, and I think for these guys coming into it, they've really been dealt a tough hand going up against TLE yesterday. In the respawns, didn't look too hot to say the least. Pretty comfortable for TLE, but the Search and Destroy is really where the question mark is going to be for me in this series. I think XPE at least looked very, very solid on Coastal. That small sample size is all we're really working off here. You know, we're coming into this with these 4 teams remaining. Curious who was going to make it through. We had some decent ideas, but we're still not 100% clued up on how things are going to go in this series. From what we've seen from Rejects yesterday, the Hardpoint looked relatively solid, just not able to get it over the line. It's still one of those ones though that for all that you look at the talent and the names and the legacy on the side of Rejects, I'm not 100% confident they're definitely going to do it, which kind of shows where we're at here. For the other side in XtreM Pe, there is definitely some potential there. This could be a very competitive game.
Okay, well, we know what the dance is going to look like, but where is the venue of which we will be taking our tangoing feet is the question for the best of 5 map set. We do have our vetoes complete. Hacienda for the map number 1 should be a very interesting time to be able to see these two teams going up against each other. If you guys remember yesterday, that Hacienda map number 1, we actually got Rejects versus UnMythic Dream, where Envy was able to go 48 and 37. He was having his way reading spawns. This is where Rejects were at an all-time high. They were getting outslayed, but their macro we're absolutely firing off on all cylinders. Brody, looking at this best of 5 map set, what jumps off the page to you, man?
Yeah, I mean, that Hacienda is a good start, right? Again, Rejects barely lost that yesterday. It was like a 15-point game, something to that effect. Right. And, you know, they almost came back towards the end of the game as well. They had phenomenal fences, hardpoint hold, which is something teams very rarely do on Hacienda hardpoint. So that's indicative of a pretty good hardpoint team. The takeoff for map number 3, I'm intrigued to see what XP are going to be like when they don't have to go up against what is very clearly a well-seasoned takeoff control team in TLE, because that was a big issue for them yesterday. TLE looked so strong on takeoff control. When they don't have to deal with TLE, are Rejects going to be as good of a team on that map? I don't know, but I think that's going to be an interesting kind of midpoint in this series. If we do get there, you know, we do get to map number 4 and 5, how is that takeoff control going to look for XP?
Well, Rejects don't get that raid control. That was the one map win that they did have versus UnMythic Dream yesterday. Ton, what else do we got here? Do you think this goes past map 3?
It has the potential to, and that's where things maybe get a little bit scarier, I want to say, for Rejects. You go into a Combine, which can be one of those maps, you never know, with how things can go, and we've seen how decent XP looked on Coastal if we do get there. So I think as the series goes on, it becomes a little bit more dangerous for Rejects. They should be pretty comfortable in those first few maps. Kurahana is going to be a curious one. I think as far as the snipers go, you would think that Rejects should have it in the locker in that sense, but yeah, it's hard to say. We're just having a look through some of the bans. Slums going out as well. I'm curious to see who got rid of that one. No surprise to see Raid being banned on the control side of things, but for Kurahana and Coastal and the Search and Destroy, I think they're going to be pretty important. So if we go late, I'm feeling XP, but if we don't, it should be relatively comfortable for Rejects.
I think you definitely want to avoid that map number 5. We don't have any immediate information of what the opposition looks like for Rejects on that Coastal map number 5, Brody. But in that matchup yesterday, you got to watch it firsthand versus TLE. They were making what is supposedly the world NA's number 1 looking quite silly on a couple of those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? Again, you go back towards that Search and Destroy, and things were pretty back and forth between those two teams. TLE, they were being slow on the offense. I think it's one of those situations where it's like, it's not so much you playing out of your damn minds, albeit, you know, XP are playing pretty well. I don't think that was necessarily what would have won them that map per se. I think it just took TLE too long to figure out what to do on that Search and Destroy. And I think that's the key question for me, is because, as you said, you know, we did actually see Rejects on Coastal Search and Destroy yesterday. And even for them at times, it felt like they weren't fully sure of what they wanted to do on their offense. So for me, I think that's going to be the question is, you know, you go to map number 5 Coastal, what kind of Rejects are XP going to be facing? Are they going to be feeling like a well-assured Rejects where they have all their strats, kind of all their ducks in a row? That's the question for me, I think, when it comes down to this map number 5. Are we going to be seeing Rejects coming in with some strategies? Because I think if they do, I don't necessarily know what XP are going to have in response.
As we wait for one more player to join the lobby and we continue to yap the night away here, Ton, I'd love to hear your perspective on this. You got a 1v1 matchup. Hacienda, P1 is just opening up. Who are you looking at both sides of the screen to make an impact for the team immediately?
I think it's well, I mean, it just depends what Rejects are going to show up, right? If you look at the curiosity of what we've seen from them in the past, what we're expecting from a level of what they can bring, it doesn't matter who's going to bring it to the table for them, because we know they have it in abundance. The talent that we've seen them carry them through to this stage. For XPE, it's a great question, to be honest with you. I don't think there's anybody in particular that really did stand out for me yesterday. The Hardpoints look lackluster. I want to say that they're going to have to match, or just on a whole, what we seen from the side of Rejects as far as their operators go. They're still very efficient with those, still know what they're doing on that end. I think it's really going to come down to that, rather than just the opening 1v1 duel on Hacienda and Andy. I don't think there's a great deal to do with that, sorry.
Yeah, no, hey, that's a fair shot. I was trying to go for some clickbaitiness, and
that's fine.
You did not take the.
I see what you're doing. It's okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
That's fishing season is still very much so upon North Carolina, and I tried my best. But Brody, I guess going in towards this one, there's one thing that we know for certainty is that the Search and Destroys, I feel like, is going to be the definite factor. But when you're looking at this Kurahana Metropolis, we saw yesterday firsthand, you and I did, as far as how the 2 minutes can be manipulated. Do you think that Rejects might come in here playing a different pace, or it might just be the same old once we get to that map too?
Yeah, Kurahana's one of those maps. I really don't know what it is about Kurahana Search and Destroy, but it is such a slow damn map. We got those 2-minute search and destroy rounds here in Call of Duty Mobile, and Kurahana is like the map. I think the other map maybe is like Fire Range. Those are the only maps where I can think of where it's like, yeah, teams are going to take their damn time to do something. Kurahana, we saw a lot of that yesterday. It is a map, I think, that, given the amount of space for the offensive side to work with, you are going to see teams, as we get into this map number 2 here, you make use of that time, right? If your initial push doesn't work out, if you, again, we talk about kind of, all right, cool, do you have an actual strategy to hit a site as a roster? If that's not the case, if things don't work out for you on the initial, you have time to try and recover the round. So yeah, I do expect that here as we get into map number 2, Kurahana. I think, to be honest with you, whether we like it or not as casters, we're probably going to be using all 2-minute those search and destroy rounds, plus the 45 seconds for the bomb to go down.
Hey, I like it.
I was just going to jump in. So I'd say Coastal can kind of play pretty similar though, right? I mean, how many attacking rounds do we see that it does take the full 2 minutes to actually get to that stage? So both search and destroys are, there's an opportunity for teams if they want to play slow. If that works for them, both those maps do work in that sense.
Yeah. I will say though, I'm sorry, you're not even in this conversation proper. I'm so sorry, mate. Coastal is, it shouldn't play. It shouldn't play like that. I'll say that much. What we've seen over the last couple of days here, it should not play that slow. Like, Kurahana, I get it. Coastal, there needs to be a little bit more decisiveness, I think, especially from teams on B.
Well, I'm getting word that at least the lobby is full now after the Japanese was in full kung fu motion in between the 2 British commentators. So I think that we're going to be getting in towards this map 1 very, very soon. And then we're going to be able to see Brody's favorite time just completely dissolve right in front of him. I'm talking about 2-minute rounds on Kurahana Metropolis for that map number 2. But we got to get past this Hacienda map number 1. Who's going to get an early leg up on this series? It's up to Brody and Ton to take you through the action.
Thank you very much, Proper. We have 1 spot remaining in Katowice. Which teams are getting the big code out to go over to Poland in November? Well, that's going to be decided over this best of 5. Rejects, what can you show us? Can you show us something to reignite that fire? Or can XPE be the ultimate party spoiler? Let's see if they can get it done. XPE. I think we've got something to offer here, Brody. I don't think this will be the whitewash that a lot of people would have presumed maybe before yesterday. I think XPE showed us something yesterday that they can compete.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of difficult to set your expectations around these teams ultimately, right? We had very little information to go on outside of, again, scrims and what we knew of these teams before we got into yesterday. And what we saw yesterday, I do think XP are a pretty confident team in Hardpoint. They had some good moments. It's also worth saying, I mean, yesterday in that Slums Hardpoint, it was only really 1 solid rotation that they gave away to TLE, and that's what gave TLE control of the game. So, yeah, for me, I think XP, they've got some good things to look forward to in this one. They absolutely can beat Rejects. Right now, though, Ton, that is not happening. Rejects, they are in control of P1, and they have control of that PC rotation as well.
Pretty decent start. XP will happily take up some of the scrap time over towards P1 as well. P2 rotation, though, we know, ever important. Gunfight's not looking too bad here for XP. They are hanging on that side of things, but Shane will find 2 just like that. And rotation, well, maybe not secured yet. Shane might have to do a little bit more, and he does. Like, he will fall. P2 rotation looking like it should belong to the side of Rejects. Bit of a split spawn coming through for both these 2 teams. Parallels alongside of it as well. A lot for both of them to deal with.
Yeah, nobody from XP pushing out towards the lobby there, so you're going to see Rejects players spawning ever so closer to the lobby. Little flanking play by Maven Fabuloso, though, and now he needs to make some kind of play. You've got the help from the front. That is beautiful team play from XP, Rehan, and Colders. They managed to get all the kills. Fabuloso still going around the backline, by the way, and now it is XP in control of the hard point.
Incredible work. Fabuloso doing a really, really good job to find a break there in that kind of situation. And I just wonder, over towards P2, we see so many teams being able to hold it down and find breaks, well, because of things like this, Rabala, War Machine. These things go hand in hand with a P2 on Hacienda and usually go hand in hand with a good amount of time for Rejects. There's another kill going to fall his way. 1 left. Will you find another? Yep. You bet he will. That's 4 from Rabalo, but everybody else not really doing a great deal. Rejects find all those kills. Rabalo does as well as he possibly can, and we're heading over towards P3 with an XP 20-point lead.
Yeah, that is a big hard point for XP. Considering Rejects, they look like they had some kind of a concept for plans, should we say, as far as holding that hill is concerned. But I just think it completely fell apart. They just were not watching their flank, and XP brute forced their way through the front of that hard point. Now you're starting to see them panic a little bit. Shane investing the Tempest early on in towards the hard point. Are they watching the back line as well? Shane pushing far out. trying to influence the spawns. It doesn't work out initially here, and now you're starting to see the investment from XPE.
Yeah, I was just about to say, XP 4 different operators available, and then they find the gunfights just with their primary. And now you can start to put the pain down with these equalizers starting to come in a little bit late. 30 seconds remaining here. Fabuloso defending from inside with a war machine. Cutting off everywhere that they possibly can, but this is good time here for XPE, and maybe answers the question a little prematurely of are they going to be able to hang here in this hardpoint? The answer is absolutely yes so far. 15 seconds remaining here at P3. It's been a good hold and a good break from XPE.
Yeah, I mean, it does just feel like, again, Rejects, they went into this hard point. They had the Tempest, I think it was, coming out from Robalo, and it didn't really do anything of note, to be honest. You get a couple of kills, but you really are just kind of scrapping for any semblance of time. You compare that to what XPE did. They used their ops to break back through. They used the streaks as well, and, well, for it, they'll be granted a 50-point advantage. You go into the next. Now Rejects need to hold this time. Legacy going to whip out the Cloak here for the immediate hold, and, well, you do trade that out, and now you've got an equals of your own.
What can Swish do with it? He's been one that has been, well, maybe questioned a little bit in this Rejects roster so far. Can he bring something else to the table? Envy, not somebody to be questioned on Hacienda after his performance yesterday. I think it was a 50-plus bomb, ultimately for the L, but if you can bring something like that to the table here today, you would like to think Rejects have got themselves a good chance. A couple of kills will fall their way. Hotly contested over towards P4. 30 seconds remaining. Operators coming in. Rabala was effective last time with this over towards P2. His team didn't get a great deal of points. They may get a couple more here. 20 seconds to play for. Rejects find a way in.
And Rejects now looking to try and hold this time. This hill has very predictable spawns to it. You take last down on last player inside the hard point. You've got to be careful about flanking players, though, and that feels like the MO for XP at the moment. They're constantly sending players on the flank, and they're going to do it again. Rihan, Lud for the first. It is just beautiful team playing, seeing what XP are doing right now. They've got such trust in one another. You can see they've got clear communication on pretty much every single hit that they're putting together, and it has granted them a pretty much solid lead. And, of course, it probably does help that Rihan's on 21 and Coldest is on 19 going into the second set turn. These are players that we've been talking about a lot, have kind of been making a name for themselves over the last couple of years in Call of Duty Mobile. They are turning up right now.
They really do need to. You're going in against Rejects, you know they're going to offer something special. Somebody is going to be able to cook something up on any given occasion. So XP, you've just got to play their game here. The fundamentals seem to be there. We've just got to be careful, I think, for Rejects bringing just one of those moments. That's what it was yesterday for them when they were finding maps, finding certain rounds. It was moments from Rejects. Right now, they are not having a great deal of moment over towards P1. They are getting some decent time, but the gunfight's kind of 50-50 over towards the top side. P2 rotation, they're going to be coming in around 15 seconds. Rejects in the better spot, but they were last time, Brody, and they didn't make the most of it.
Yeah, you just got to make sure that you have the right setup this time around. Watch out for those flanking players, and most of all, do not get broken through the front, because that's the worst possible thing that you can let happen. Envy with a pre-fire through the front. Good start for him. Hunter Killer Drone in the back pocket. Will be about to earn the death machine, and you don't really want to get forced out on this one. Just be careful about flanking players, and already this is starting to be put together from XPE here. They're starting to approach this hill from a multitude of angles.
Let's see if they can find the break, though. Easier said than done when Shane's got the Tempest out. There's one. We'll have those free towards side, though. Absolutely no problem that somebody's going to try and find a push through that side. Legacy will try to get the claw going, get the angles working, get your protractor out, see what can work. And well, a couple will fall his way. And those are kills they needed to find, because now the break's potentially on the cards. Coldest through the side, though. Death machine in hand. 1, 2. Not going to find it. Rabala once again with the war machine over towards P2. Finding plenty. Everything in the kitchen sink being brought out by both these teams. Who's going to come out on top? It will be XPE. 20 seconds to play for here over towards P2. This would give them a substantial lead.
Yeah, it would. I mean, you can't really afford to give this time away if you're Rejects, but at the same time, you don't want to fully commit towards scrap time. You don't want to feed streaks to XPE. That is the concern at the moment. And again, XPE, their team play just looks phenomenal. Even towards scrap time, they're making sure they're communicating. All right, cool. This kind of area needs to be watched. All right, I'm watching this. You need to watch that. There's a lot of communication you can tell between these guys at the moment. And again, it gives XPE that 50-point advantage that they built up with the first set. It's currently still in place. We go towards new. Rejects. Back spawns in place. One little flanking play coming through from Switch. That turns the head of UG. It should be good enough here for Rejects to get the opening wave, but they haven't got any topside control, and that is so damn problematic. Rihan coming through for 3. You never expect that.
Ashi will find a way back through, though, and Switch needs to find something. Finds nothing with the equalizer. And look at that kill feed. It's only looking one way, and it's XPE's right now. 35 seconds to play for here. Over towards P3. Rejects struggling to find a way through, struggling to find that catalyst that will get them in. They just seem to struggle at these moments, which is so important, which is not where you would expect it. Those clutch moments where you need to find 3 or 4 They're losing the gunfights. The 50-50s are not going their way. 15 seconds to play for here. Over towards P3. XP commanding lead.
Yeah, you just can't afford to give it this time now. If you're Rejects, you're really starting to panic. We've seen this so many times this game so far where Rejects kind of solo chow through hard points, and XP more than happy to take those chows, and they will win them more often than not as well. And you're starting to see little plays like that where XP are looking to try and cut the reinforcements off before they get anywhere close towards the hard point. You got to take Rehan down here. You can't allow him through. You're expending resources to try and take a player like out of play while the rest of XP are getting in front of the hard point.
And they hold it from the frontier. Rejects, they need to find something. Kill feed has just not looked positive when they've needed it to. Yuji is still going. There's 2-3 for Yuji. And that will now get some time on the board now for XPE. 195 and rising. Operators out. Not a great deal to work with on the side of Rejects, but Rabalo with the War Machine, anything is possible. He starts to wing it off inside of the point. He will find one, as will Fabuloso. It's going to be a War Machine v War Machine fight. In which ways it's going to go. Rabalo will fall after finding one, but here comes Swish and Envy. They'll find a couple themselves. Still 50-50 over towards P4. Rejects getting some time.
I mean, this is just time you need if you're Rejects. Again, you cannot afford to give this time up. XP have slowly built themselves up a massive advantage over the last 3 to 4 hard points. You're going to fight tooth and nail for the time, and Colders just is not letting it happen. He's investing a DM into the last 10 seconds of scrap time, and with XP so close to the 250 point mark, you absolutely can't blame them. They want to hold that leader's advantage that they've built up over the course of the game so far. And in towards P1, this is where Rejects, you need to not only successfully take a lot of time away from P1, you need to make sure that you hold the spawns for P2. Do not get broken as easily as you have the last couple of sets of rotations.
You need to be holding something at some stage, because right now it is not looking good. XP bringing in everything just to try and solidify some of that time over towards P1. It's not a terrible idea when you are only 35 seconds away from the dub legacy. Finding plenty with the claw, and now some good time on offer. Finding further. There's the second, looking for the third. This is free time for XP. They are 25 seconds away from Mountain number 1.
Yeah, you just can't get this up. You got to go. Rejects, you've got one op ready to go. Marshy in the back pocket. Honestly, at this point, you are starting to panic. You are starting to think, hey, maybe I need it. Swish comes through for 4. Is that enough now? 15 seconds left. Rejects will hit the next hard point, but this is where things have been problematic for Rejects so far. They've consistently been broken through lobby. It cannot happen again.
One more opportunity for Rejects.
Oh, it's happening again.
E2 is not being great for them, but they are going to get a close spawn for it. Swish inside of the point has equalizers. We've seen nothing from him throughout the majority of this game that's proven that he can do something with them, but he's going to have to bring them out and do something with them now. He finds one, and that has been the story time and time again. XP find the break. They've got the spawns. They are 15 seconds away.
And now here come the ops as well. War Machine and equals out to try and close out this game. Rejects close spawns. I just don't think they can get through. Finally taking those guns out, those ops out. Can they get towards the hard point?
Gotta try and find a way through. 5 seconds to go. Rejects are all at sea. XPE, the team who came in as the underdogs, will comfortably take map number 1. We said this might be their problem. Hardpoint could be an issue. Say it ain't so. Rejects 1-0 down, heading into the search and destroy, and it was not a pretty look.
Just so many moments in that game where you talk about Rejects. All right, this is the hard point they need to get. This is the one where they need to set up and make sure that they're watching all their different points of entry towards the hill, and it all just kind of falls flat in their face. And I think, honestly, I know it's kind of late here into the replay package, but I'll talk about it. I think there was no hard point that exemplified that more than literally that last one that you guys just saw, right? We talked about it. All right, Rejects, you have the rotation. All you got to do is make sure you hold it. Nobody inside lobby. So you XP, they get those fences spawned. They're going to spawn close towards the hard point. 1 kill made through the lobby. That player wraps around the driveway, and almost immediately Rejects are like, where have they gone? Like, we have no idea where this player's gone. And I think that was just totally the story of that game, where Rejects were panicking the entire time. They weren't keeping track of players. They were constantly letting XP get behind them. And on the flip side, we talk about XP being a really well put together team in Hardpoint ton. Every single time we were looking at an XP hold, you could just tell, all right, cool, you could see that each player was looking at a different point of entry. There was clear communication between those players and what they were doing, whether that comes down to in the moment communication or maybe just prep on Hacienda Hardpoint. I don't know. Either way, it showed out there in that Hacienda Hardpoint.
I mean, it helps when Rehan's dropping 51 and 24 for the dub. Incredible work from him. And that's just what you need to bring to the table if you're going up against names like Rabalo, Envy. We're just not able to replicate what we've seen from them in Hacienda yesterday. They are now in a precarious position. And it just felt like we didn't get that traditional Rejects kind of look in Hardpoint. We didn't see those moments that I so often talked about yesterday, in the sense of that, okay, well, maybe the operators, could you write home about any of them in particular? Maybe with Robalo's War Machine on occasion, he was finding a decent amount of value from that. But other than that, there wasn't really much to talk about there, Brody. You would think equalizers from Swish going to come in and find 2 or 3 on some occasion. Every single time you whip them out was 1, and that's not good enough when you're behind. It's not good enough when Katowice, the line, it was on the line, I should say. That World Championship spot is the final opportunity for some of these players. With how the last couple of years went, the whole landscape of things, it could be one of their final opportunities to put themselves in a spot like that. It's a difficult position for them to be in now. 1-0 down in this series. We're going to be heading into a Kurahana. Anything could happen at this stage. They don't have their favored control. If I'm XPE, I'm feeling good about this series now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, this was a kind of a benchmark as to what to expect for these two teams, right? We talked about kind of Rejects in Hardpoint yesterday and how they played it extremely closely versus UnMythic Dream. And for the opposition here for XPE, they kind of got trounced by TLE, right? So we had 2 different kind of very different situations for those teams. And I think for XPE to come out and win the Hardpoint like that, that's going to give them a huge boost of confidence and momentum moving into this Kurahana Search and Destroy. I have to see better team play coming out here from Rejects. And honestly, I think a big thing yesterday, we talked about Rejects in Search and Destroy, something that was kind of letting them down ever so slightly, was Envy with the sniper rifle. Didn't actually have that great of a game in S&D, and he has been a big sniper player for Rejects or NA4 in the past. He needs to have a good start of this game, and as you said, he is already dead. That's a big name to take down, even if you're a man disadvantage here if you're XP.
It's a little bit of map control potentially. The window is always a precarious spot, isn't it? Rejects can quite quickly fill the gap that Envy had created with his fall, but Rehan waiting for somebody else to be stupid enough to chal. Slow one here from the side of XPE. They are attacking first. As you can see, Marshy's got very aggressive, and Rehan has absolutely slapped him. He'll punish him for that aggression. Now A may well be open, especially with the push that's come through the mid-cut. You can start to understand that XPE will be thinking to themselves, right, okay, well, A seems the most likely destination right now. Rejects mostly over towards B on the middle of the map.
You have full site control if you're XPE. This re-entry is very difficult to pull off at times. It's pretty predictable where players are generally speaking going to be. But you talk about what they've got on side. Fabuloso and Rehan, both snipers, they're both pushing angles.
It's a tough break here for Rejects, but if Fabuloso doesn't find the kill on the cross, got some information. Now they're very, very close. One player's actually backed on up to help them out on the behind. Swish will be the first to fall, but Robalo will trade it. Rehan, watch on the outside. Yuji in and amongst the mix. He will find Shane, and all of a sudden, the info is there. Robalo will get shut down. I really like the repositioning there from Rehan, but I think the big question for me in that round would be Marshy pushed up as far as he was and not ready for Rehan to just check that corner.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes that feels like a bit of a weird one from Marshy. He probably should know a little bit better there. But yeah, good call on that. Rehan with a little reposition. That is absolutely the right thing to do. Of course, you cover in the back line. You recognize a couple of players past. You've got to get past the LOS of Rehan, and that is not happening on that retake. So in towards the first blood on this round. Marshy once again feeling like he might be overwhelmed on the site. Quick reposition from Yuji, and Marshy will whiff. He's now being backed all the way up towards the middle of the map, and they have brute forced their way onto the site.
I mean, important that he did stay alive, though. The numbers are still there, but that bomb is down. 4 players over towards the backside. Is Marshy going to be the linchpin? Somebody's already in waiting to watch it. Should be a shutdown here from Rehan. It will be an important kill if he can find it, and does. Now they only have to deal with one direction. They don't know that. But everybody else from the side of Rejects on the site now need to try and find a break. Swish will find one on the Legacy. Can the rest of the kills start to fall his way? Yes, they can. He will find a second. Coldest cannot find anything. Swish for 3. We questioned whether we were going to see much out of him, and there it is. 3 to find the break, but Rehan, with time on his side, can find 2. And now left in a 1 versus 2. Spins round, reads it, finds the 3rd. Can he find the 4th onto Shane? That would have been unbelievable. Has he got the time? He doesn't.
He's got no time.
Oh my goodness me. Rehan, are you kidding?
Dude, That was such an incredibly intelligent play. Obviously, I mean, just snapping like that for the first couple of kills is insane for Rehan. To get the third with the machine pistol, all right, that thing's basically an SMG, but to just a little pull away. All right, cool. I don't need to immediately take that chow. More players would just take the Eco chow on the fourth and final kill. That is a 1 versus 4 off of a really smart play in the final 1v1. Rehan is feeling himself for the first 2 rounds now. That's 6 frags for him.
I thought the fourth player may well have just jumped on the bomb initially. Kind of had to go for it. But he was there for the trade and no time to do anything with it. And is that a dagger to the side of Rejects? It may well be. Might be a dagger to my wife's sleep schedule as well. My God. Rehan pulling off things like that. Now to rotate over towards B for XP. Bomb down for absolutely nothing. Swish was the hero potentially for Rejects in that previous round. He's dead. Usually finds another. Rejects are crumbling here. Envy. The last alive in 1 versus 4. It just ain't gonna happen. This is a whitewash so far. XP 3 to the good.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talk about kind of winning the sales for XP, right? You know, you get that 1 versus 4 with Rehan. You can definitely tell the comms, they are feeling high right now, and for good reason. The way they just fully assaulted the B-bomb site. Not a care in the world. And no reason to, realistically. XP now 3-0 up. First bloods have been important. They spot out Envy once again through the middle of the map, and they are flying. They are feeling so confident right now that the tip of the spear is the bomb carrier. Legacy's getting right aggressive through the middle of the map. He is very confident that the Overwatch from XP players in the spawn is good enough to make sure he doesn't go down.
I mean, managing to stay alive. A little less shock and awe from XPE in this round. The bombers not went down immediately, although they seemingly have their sights set on Marshy and A. If he can get out or find one, that would be decent. He finds nothing. That's the bomb site entirely over now towards the side of XP. You know, I knew I wasn't just talking out on my behind when I said that XP looks solid in the Search and Destroy yesterday. Rian will find another. And I just don't know, is that maybe, am I maybe right, or Rejects just not at the races? It could be a bit of both. As Envy left in a 1 versus 5. This is dominant to say the least.
I think Rejects got to change their name at this point. Get back to that NA fall-off tags, boys, from Season 6 of SPS, because right now, this is not looking good, brother. You are 4-0 down in the Search and Destroy. The team play is nowhere to be found. This is not looking good. Things have got to change. Once again, aggressive, straying towards B. Rejects, they have played for this. Are they ready for it, though, is the question, because UG with the HSO, once again, tip of the spear, good for the first, and you're winning the trades. XPE, once again, so good at barreling their way into these sites.
I mean, they are just, they have free will right now. They can go anywhere they please. Marshy has done well, though. He will find a second. Oh, hit marker under the third. Fabuloso is going to be able to continue to do something here. Coldest will be able to find one before Envy takes him down. 2 versus 1. Fabuloso just needs to defend. Envy will be there to cover and will find it. And eventually, Rejects will get one on the board. And I think if you looked at that 1v4, that really has completely changed the landscape here. Rejects should feasibly be only 3-2 down. You're sort of saying, well, okay, well, it's not the end of the world. We're only around down at Search and Destroy and Kurahana. We can bring something to the table. But even that situation, they had to clutch up there to find their very first round, and it's still 4-1. All ifs, buts, and maybes when it does come to Search and Destroy. No buts about who is very much performing the best at this moment in time, though. XP still thought that one of the good.
Well, it should be said, Rehan has kind of slowed things down ever so.
Okay.
Never mind. Okay, what am I yapping about? He is right back into the action. I was going to say he got 6 kills for the first couple of rounds and only had 2 since then, but he just kicked off the first blood in this round. Now XP starting to fly once again. You can definitely feel the confidence.
It's egregious.
Be an easy trade for Legacy, please? Legacy, trade? All right, never mind. At the very least, just play your life in the situation here. I think XP might be getting a little overconfident.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what that was. But Rehan playing it slowly has opened up the door over towards it, and I just love this from XP. As soon as they sniff an opening, he didn't sniff for a ball, though, did they? He won't manage to find one. That bomb will now go down. The trade is there. It's not a disaster by any stretch. But as soon as they sniff an opening, they are sprinting through that door. Coldest has got the flank pretty much under lock and key. One player towards the backside. They've got a good read on where Rejects are coming from. This is a hard break.
Took by Envy is the sniper rifle, and he just is not hitting the way Envy needs to. Now just down to Shane. 1 versus 2. They know, generally speaking, the direction he's going to be coming from.
It's just time. Oh, lack of it from Shane right now. XP will find a 5th round. Legacy will not find it, but just a bullet into the leg will do enough to secure this round. XPE, what an attacking return that is on Kurahana. 5-1 to the good. And they are, quite frankly, making mincemeat of legends of North American Call of Duty Mobile. 5-1 to the good. They can smell Katowice. I don't really know what it smells like apart from good coffee. Great ramen as well. That's a question for another day. We'll continue off where we left. Now onto the attacking side for Rejects. Have they got anything up their sleeve?
Oh man, I don't think you need something. Get your Weetabix in the morning or something. Other cereal brands are available.
Do they have Weetabix in America? I don't really know.
Nah, they've got to have Weetabix, mate. If they don't, I don't know what America's doing. I mean, and there's a lot of things I don't know what America's
well,
doing.
yes.
But still,
Yeah.
just
That's a
get it in you.
conversation for another day. Huh?
Anyway, XVE slowing things down ever so slightly. NVE looking for the first one. Okay, that is the NVE I wanted to see. You take Fabulo's side of the play, but that's not the sniper you want to get rid of. You now finally have numbers to try and play with. The problem is here, Ton. XPE, they haven't exactly moved all that much. The only reposition that they've made is sending Legacy over by A long. Just trying to get a little bit more coverage over that side. As far as the rest of the team is concerned, though, they are playing, well, whatever the opposite to reactionary is, right? They're just playing very stagnant. They don't want to get over aggressive here. They've got no reason to.
Numbers on their side, but what do you do with them? This would be a big gunfight. Yuji just chooses to get out of it. Doesn't necessarily see the need for the challenge, but Envy says you've got no choice. The shot's coming through from him. Rehan will find one back on the swish, though, so 4 versus 3 now. Marshy taking down Legacy. A slow, methodical picking apart from Rejects. Has now found them planting this bomb over towards this B side. It's not possible for XP to bring this one back, especially if Rehan's alive. He can find 1 4v3.
Shots from Coldest. Now 2 versus 2. Marshy with a snipe. Good job. Rehan has been the MVP of this game so far. 13 kills to his name. Can he make it 15?
Off he gets the angle. Shane, good shots. Rejects will get one back. And Rehan probably wishing he still had the sniper out there. He would have made it a 1 versus 1. The first bullet landed. 5-2 now. Rejects will find their first attacking round. You need to find a damn sight few more, you would say. Big push over towards B starting to be developed a little bit quicker than what we've seen previously. Rehan has just not been beaten in those spots, and Legacy will happily pick up the pieces as well. As soon as Rehan finds the first blood, it's just nice and easy for the rest of the team to pick everything else up for them. Legacy finding 2.
And this is the problem now. The bomb is slap bang in the middle of that B site. It's the issue with the bomb carrier being the tip of the spear, right? And even a couple of players back is that the recovery mission for said bomb is extraordinarily difficult. You're forced to try and make individual solo patch house. Again, I'll keep on saying that Envy can be a shooter when he's playing well. He needs to outgun Rehan.
It hasn't really been on the cards for him all day. But it is this time. Gets the angle on the jump over the top. It's still a difficult situation. 2 versus 4. The bomb is down over towards B. And for all, it's a nice opening from Envy to try and make this possible. Yeah, okay, you've got rid of Rehan, but there's 4 members of XP who have all been shooting very, very straight still on the bomb site. Shane now left just in no man's land, really. I mean, Envy's pushing forward, trying to get something done. He's curious about the flank, but the bomb in no man's land. That's the sort of situation you both need to jump in there, find 2 picks uncontested, and maybe you've got a chance. But, well, the chance for Shane is slim, to say the least. XP 6-2 to the good.
I'll be honest, I don't understand why Shane is playing so simple.
No, I haven't a clue.
You're playing for a flanking play in a 2 versus 4 that, like, is frankly never going to come through. Like, you're playing for something that XP haven't really done. Like, they've not been getting over aggressive. It's been consistent through the last couple of rounds since the half. I don't understand why we're playing for something that XP haven't really shown you. That's a missed call right there for the last 2 players in the 2 versus 4. Rejects now looking for the first blood. They managed to get it previously. Playing for some kind of over-aggression. You've got a player like Yuji pushing very far up the map. This would be a big head for Shane to take.
Envy with a nade on the Legacy. Here comes the push now from XPE. They want that control. Fabuloso can find Shane. So now you're going to be forced over towards B. It looks as if XPE is moving on the map. Makes you believe that that is going to be the case. Stuns over the top. Rehan zooms out. Everybody else from Rejects finds a way in, but Rehan will find 1 under a ball of Shuri. He doesn't find anything else, but Coldest will find everything he needs to. Envy finds 2. And now makes it a 1 versus 2. This would technically be a 1 versus 4 from Envy with how the chips have fallen. But a difficult position to be in, but very doable.
Again, I'll keep on saying it a ton. Envy is the guy. Absolutely can outsnipe Rehan on the best of his days. He's got separate 1v1s as well. Big one on towards Yuji here with the intro side. Oh my god, Yuji with the slide shell to take Envy out. Goodness gracious, he slides for the final kill of the game. Envy graciously gifted 2 separate 1v1s and can't even get over the first hurdle. That is utterly ridiculous. And that, I think, really is just the icing on the cake, isn't it, for what was a pretty phenomenal game on the whole for XP. You've got to give them so much love for the way that they played those first 4. I think it was 4 on bounce offensive rounds. Of course, that ridiculous 1v4 from Rehan completely broke the spirits of Rejects. And as we got further and further throughout that search and destroy Rejects, I mean, they showed promise, but they never really able to deliver on it. Just not much you can do when you have a slow start like that.
Here's the Rehan show, right? Consistently finding picks, and Legacy did a really good job on the defensive side, I want to say, as well. Over towards B. But once again, Rehan is just having his way. 15 and 6. An incredible performance on map number 1 as well. And honestly, coming into today, we were kind of discussing, I was thinking to myself, this will be close. Rejects and XP back and forth. This is not what I expected. I always thought there would be potential for Rejects to just outclass XP and bring something to the table that we would expect. That, you know, we look at the names on the left hand side, Brody. To be 2-0 down here was not in my thoughts whatsoever.
I just didn't expect it to happen like this, to be honest. Obviously, you know, our expectations were pretty mixed, generally speaking, anyway, Ton. I just didn't expect it to happen like this. I mean, that hardpoint alone, XP have come in very much prepared for today. You can tell they've definitely put the work in. They realized where they went wrong yesterday, and it looks so much better for it today. On the other hand, I mean, Rejects just look kind of blind right now. The way that they're playing as a team, it's not there, and it's not normal Rejects. This is even kind of less so than what we saw last season for NA Fall-Offs, right? And that's a team that we know we're going into matches cold, right? We know that was a fact. You know, a lot of their matches, especially during challenge season, they were not practicing for them, and then when they did, they started to get a lot better. This team right now just feels like they're not playing well as a squad whatsoever, and you know, it's not for lack of firepower. We know what these guys are capable of. It's just team play just isn't there.
It's incredible to see, though, isn't it? XP really bringing it to Rejects right now, finding themselves 2-0 up in this series. But now we go over towards a control where Rejects found, well, their only map of yesterday, but it wasn't specifically on raid. We're going over towards Takeoff, and you know, just recalling back to the game yesterday for XP, there was moments for them where they could have maybe found rounds, but for the most part against TLE, they did struggle. Is this potentially the route back through for Rejects, do you believe here, bro?
No. No. I don't know, dude. It's difficult at this point, isn't it? I think, again, the big thing for me yesterday is that XP kind of looked a little bit embarrassed on the takeoff control in their first match of the day, but that's because TLE, very clearly, I think by the end of the day, we're like, all right, cool, they're a good takeoff control team. You know, so XP, we didn't really get to see much of that takeoff control for them. And as we learned earlier on in the first hardpoint, I think it was just TLE making them look bad in their hardpoint yesterday, comparatively to what we saw from Rejects. For Rejects, obviously, I know this is a different map. Maybe fundamentally speaking, they are just a very good control team. That has been the case in the past. I think control was a strong mode for NA Fall-Offs back in Season 6 of SBS. So maybe this is something to look forward to for them. I just don't know if I have faith in Rejects to play the map correctly, because if there's one thing that I haven't been convinced by so far from Rejects, is that their map control, their readability on these maps has been pretty poor. And Takeoff Control is a map that really does require, I mean, this is going to sound like a really dumb forehead comment, but like, it really does require a lot of map control. Like, you have to be wary of the fact that, okay, cool, if you've lost a certain part of the map, say that you lose control tower, right? You don't have any control tower, you don't have any red control. You need to make sure that you have people in the launch center, because that's the only way you're going to have any control over the map. And I just don't know if Rejects kind of have that malleability at the moment, if they've got that flow where they can actually make those changes on the fly, because what I've seen on the hardpoint and the search and destroy, that just hasn't been their time.
Well, they need to find something, to say the least. Very much a trip to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships on the line. XPE, what a story it will be for them as well. To go through the gauntlet, to go up against a team like Rejects and secure your spot in a 3-0 victory would be something. And it's a decent enough start for them as well. A couple of kills coming on the outside of the map and a movement over towards B. Could be a red herring as a setup over towards A, also on the cards.
And you can already see those positions right now being set up from XP, pushing in towards red. Reject's going to have to send a couple of players to deal with those, but there is that flow that I was talking about, right? XP, they've given up B control, they've given up launch center control. Kills starting to come through from Rejects, though, and that's exactly what you want. And now they're going to get rewarded for pushing through launch center, because XP are going to have to continually flow through the control tower to get any control over A again.
Swish just trying to be a nuisance.
Fight harder.
40 seconds or so to go. Coldest will find 2. He's been so good for that, hasn't he? Just randomly popping up. Oh, Fabuloso's going to find Swish on the flank as well, and that's just going to open things right up over towards A now. Coldest finding a little bit more, starting to put some pressure on over towards the spawns, but A should be on the cards here now for XPE. And a good spot to find something. Rejects might just have to give that over.
And this is what teams can do. Just give it the point, leave it. Prepare yourself. The problem is they haven't fully got control of the launch center. Solo players can totally break this entire thing. Ravallo knows it. Might have just seen it, but actually no, runs straight past Legacy, gets the kill anyway. That is a big head to take off the board. You might well lose A, but at the very least you're closing down a little bit of the chaos coming through launch center. Now the issue is players have already started to filter through the reds here. The Vice is closing. You're in an 8 life deficit. The way out of this round is starting to close away from you.
The writing seems to be on the wall for this round, to say the least, and maybe for the series, to be honest. Envy can find 2. Are they going to be able to do enough here just to shut this down? Fabuloso with 2 with the pistol, just like that, and that just puts you at a disadvantage massively if you are Rejects. No lives remaining. Rehan looking to pick them off. It's a freebie. Not quite. Envy. He'll pick something up. He'll find a second as well, but Fabuloso will say, see you later, Namashi, as will Envy. We'll not be seeing them in this round anymore. 10 versus 3. It is all but a formality at this stage. Well, I say that. Swish can find 3 out of nothing, but still an 8 versus 2, 8 versus 1. It's not going to happen. XPE will find round number 1.
Lost that round.
It just feels
Ready up.
like Rejects are like a wet paper bag at the minute. They cannot hold a goddamn thing.
It's just, again, the lack of map control that we were talking about, right? I mean, there were just moments there where they managed to do it. All right, you don't have any red control. We're going to send players into the launch center to get top control, right? Make sure we have somebody watching behind A. It just isn't happening, and now you're starting to deal with the effects of that. Of course, round number 2, XP, they have all the utility. The opening war machine is going to funnel Rejects in towards the launch center, but nobody's even watching scaffolding. Fabuloso able to walk all the way through for free. Fortunately, elsewhere, Rejects are finding the kills to filter on towards B, but now you're dealing with flanking players. Coldest, this DM's about to run out, buddy. You got to get some value.
Yeah, he needs to get going. They have not found a lot with these operators, and that could be their undoing to a certain degree. Legacy will find something over towards B onto Envy, though. They need to clear that as quickly as they can because the third tick's on its way through. Legacy will eventually find a way through with equalizers. He can find another, but still ticks over towards B, especially if Swish can find this. Yes, he can. Now looking over towards the spawns, Rehan had to find that onto Envy, has started to, well, find a little bit more as well as Yuji will do a good job. Swish is in a good position to do something here, but he is currently all alone.
Try and get some kills with the equalizers. He's going to get shut down. Envy now with the analyzer needs to find some kind of value here because XP have regained map control. Just take Rehan out of the play, and that is exactly the way to do this. Start to kind of move up the map a little bit. Envy, second kill with the annihilator now. That's going to give them control of red. Forces XP off the spawn to try and plug that hole in the gameplay and give you a little bit of movement towards A. And if I'm honest at the moment, I need to see Rejects play a little bit more focused around one of these objectives because it feels like you're getting kills. You're not actually doing anything with it.
I mean, they made great inroads over towards B, but A should really be the focus. If they can get this locked in, it's one decent push over towards B, and that's why you can see XP starting to maybe flap a little bit. Legacy can find 1. I thought he was going to be good for the 2 there. Really, for XP, they've been focusing on the spawn kills. They've not been able to find them, and here we go from Rejects. This is a little more like it. It was a great push over towards B through a couple of operators that found nothing from XP. That bad investment may well cost them the round. They're going to have to turtle up over towards B. A looking like it's gone. What can Rejects do with now added time and 1 segment needed?
Yeah, that's the thing for me. It's the 1 segment already in towards, or 2 segments already in towards B. It only takes 1 good push, and XP will be done here in this round. 7 versus 7 in lives. Rejects still need to be measured as a team and they need to be very wary of potential flanking plays coming through. That's the idea right now for Rehan and Yuji. Set yourselves up for the flank. Rejects, though, all funding through red. 4 versus 2 here.
Big double child going to come through. It's actually not a bad result for Legacy. He can find 1. Fabuloso finds 2. Oh, that was such a big moment. And now, backs against the walls for Rejects, who seemingly have had their way in this round, have done so well to get to this stage. But a 4 versus 3 now as Envy will find another coldest. He may well have a freebie here, and he does 2v4.
You're just looking to try and close things out now, aren't you, Marshy? 1 versus 4, and you had such inroads towards the backline, but there's that flank. It's finally come together here. Marshy not even going to get the first kill. Things look so good for Rejects there. You had 2 ticks already down towards B. All you needed to do was make a team hit through red on the flank, and even that, I think it was, what, a 2 versus 1 they managed to pull off. They actually got players in behind enemy lines. Even that wasn't good enough. Fabuloso with the 2 from the top side. Just completely threw apart what they put together. XP now 1 round away from eliminating Rejects from 2025.
Can you find a little bit more here if you're XPE? Because the operator usage in the previous round, let's not be candid about it. It was poor to kick off the round. That's what realistically give Rejects a way in. This time around, it's kind of a bit meh again. I mean, Rejects have got a couple available for themselves as well to help them defend yet. Help them on the defense. Not sure what I was working with there, but either way, XP trying to find some inroads. Both 2 teams just posturing at the moment.
We're failing this mission.
Once again, XP getting players forward. That's been the secret sauce for them so far. Be a nuisance, that's huge. Coldest is actually going to take an out of the play here, so that's good for Rejects. They're making sure the ducks in a row, the housekeeping is being done perfectly from them at the moment, and they're keeping launch center control. So Marshy now starting to push up here with the Sparrow is a good thing to do, but you need a little bit more value, and now this is one of the most important operators in COD Mobile. Coldest with the Death Machine, bringing it to A, making sure they capture this point right here, right now.
A little bit of an awkward position, but Fabuloso is just going to make that a little easier. Envy will fall. There was 1 player on the flank. He's going to get dealt with. Big grenade coming through from Rapala, but the pressure is now really on. They're down a couple of lives. Legacy going to start bringing everything in. The Equalizer is now starting to reap in and around the spawns of Rejects at this moment in time. A still ticking. That's going to be eventually captured. Time is going to be added, but I don't know if Rejects is going to have a great deal of time left to defend. The lives are starting to dwindle. Legacy ain't missing. Everything's being brought in here by XP. They are moments away.
Swish, just come back. Swish, what are you doing? Come back. You're looking for spawn kills right now. They're not going through launch center control. 1 player finally will, but that's just not what they're doing right now, and Swish is totally useless. They're going to send Envy towards that lane as well, and it just weakens things for the flank. Rehan is having yet another phenomenal game. Annihilator in hand, Pred in the back pocket. This should be XP's game.
Well, here we go. Rehan missing bullets for maybe the first time in this series. It's going to cost him. Rabala will bring in the War Machine. Envy with the Annihilator as well. This is still doable for Rejects. We've seen them in positions like this before clutch up, and they need to do it, or their 2025 Call of Duty Mobile season is over. Rehan's left the game, apparently. A 7 versus 2. Did they feel that confident? Maybe they do. UG Coldest doing what they need to. Shane now needs to find basically a 1 versus 6 Rejects. Is there going to be one last swan song? Is there going to be something to clutch onto? If Shane can't find it, it's not going to happen. XPE, we'll see you in Katowice. As they turn up for the Bucks, and Rejects just did not turn up whatsoever. 3-0. XPE will advance on, and we will see you at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2025.
I don't even know what the hell had just happened. Rejects just playing just so poorly on the offense. I think, you know, both offensive rounds, they lost by way of lies. They got totally dominated pretty much every single time. And the one moment that, you know, you kind of mentioned it, right? The one moment that we saw something positive out of Rejects there in that game, it was by way of XP just totally fumbling, right? Their ops at the start of that round number 2 were abysmal, and that gave Rejects so much room to maneuver. They do something that teams rarely do. They get a couple of ticks on B before they get any progress on towards A. And, you know, that gives us a little bit of hope that maybe Rejects can do something, but even towards the end of that round, it just wasn't enough.
And I gotta tell you, watching that from the complete sidelines, I for one thought that I had more time. I'm glad I didn't start cooking anything. Otherwise, who knows where the kitchen might have been at. Wow, what an absolute DoorDash challenge out of XPE. You guys continue to hit it as we get a quick little representation of what's in store for them. We'll talk about that here in a moment, Brody. XPE just were the more prepared team, clearly, for Rejects. I mean, old guard be damned. Like, it didn't really matter what prowess you had or currently have. XPE were the better team on the day.
Yeah, I know, 100%, right? I mean, let's not get it twisted. Rejects kind of played that series pretty poorly, but XP
Agreed.
also played very, very well. I think we kind of talked about that out of the gate into that hard point. XP had very clearly put the work in, right? We talk about their team play inside the hard points themselves, kind of the breaks, the way they're like, all right, cool, very clearly the comms are like, we're going to send a couple of players here through these routes. We know that that's something that Rejects aren't necessarily going to be watching as strongly as maybe the front of the hard point, for example. And so let's make sure we hit this as a team, make sure we're hitting routes and doing it, at the same time. You could very clearly see, the effort that XP had put into their respawn gameplay, that showed up there for sure. Although I will say, even beyond just XP very clearly putting in the work and it's showing up there in that 3-0, Rihan needs to be given like a voucher for Tesco's or something. I don't know, get him like a Supermax club card, because that guy, he just had a series. He was dropping numbers in the hard point, dropping numbers in the search. Everything is, not everything is down to him, but he played phenomenally.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, Rion clearly being able to showcase everything that he was able to have. 15-6 there in that search and destroy, 51-24 in that map number 1 ton. Even leaving early, cementing the deal. Live deficit was just a little bit too far gone there in that takeoff control. And as you're already pointing out, this is our final team. XPE will be joining the likes of UnMythic Dream and TLE Esports. They actually have a date with UnMythic Dream. You saw there in the bracket. You think that this team has what it takes to be able to go up against one of the top 2 dogs?
I believe so, to be honest with you. I'm curious to see what they can do up against UnMythic Dream. We've seen some decent performances in there. For all that we were questioning Rejects and what we were going to see from them, we didn't see a great deal from them, but they didn't get an opportunity to. XP were just the better team on the day there. And from what we've seen yesterday up against TLE, they could hang to a certain degree. Yes, okay, they lost it relatively comfortably, but again, the search and destroy was close. Is that going to be something they can take and maybe put themselves in a grand final? I'm not 100% sure, but I think we've got the top 3 teams we deserved. They get their prize that they absolutely deserve in that trip to Poland. I kind of didn't want to reference the Tesco thing that Brody's just said down in an American broadcast. Everybody in chat will be questioning what the hell he's on about. Even I'm not sure. But irrelevant of that, they have managed to get themselves through, and that's thoroughly deserved. It's nice to see their story come through in it, and who they're going to beat to get there as well, right? That's going to feel good.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, through so many battles, Human knows the amount of opportunities that were completely snuffed away from so many of these different players that are represented for XPE that were taken away by the members of Rejects when they were back in the day on your LGs, on your tribes back in 2022, 2023. But unfortunate to say the least, even as a biased commentator, Brody, we will not end up seeing Marshy at Worlds unless he does punch his own ticket. I mean, that Swagger can always be welcome to any venue so long as he ends up booking that flight. But still, I mean, you got a feel for them at the end of the day. I mean, whether they did warm up or not, you feel like that the gimmick of what was their old team name? You referenced it during the cast. Is that it kind of feels like that they're just succumbing towards that entire gimmick, and if that's the peak that they want to live at, then that's completely fine. But coming up short, I feel like you can only live with that for so long.
Yeah, the NA Full-Offs was their team name
there you
last
go.
season, and that would have been a much better team name for this season of competition, because boy did they fall off. They did not look good, and again, I don't really care, to be honest with you. Obviously if they wanted to put effort in, I don't know whether they did or not. I don't know if they were scrimming, if they don't know if they're coming in hot to these series, but either way, I think even they will be pretty disappointed given the fact there was a prize pool on the line, given the fact that there was a ticket to Katowice on the line, and just representation at champs regardless of where it is. I think even they will be disappointed with the fact that they didn't make it, and they'll probably look back and be like, this is where we messed up, right? I mean, that you can clearly see moments in that series, palpable moments where it's just like you did not play well as a team, no matter what XP you were doing, no matter how good XP were playing that hard point and that search and destroy. I think in particular, they themselves probably will be very disappointed with that performance, and I am sad. I am a little bit sad. Bias caster, put me in there, I don't care. I'm a little bit sad because these are the kind of names that you want to see in international competition. They are the names that bring a lot of storylines, and of course it would have been fun to see Marshy not on a bench at champs, but regardless, we're not going to see that. Rejects, they're done.
Yeah, I mean, look at it this way, Tyne. We don't know what the future has in store for them, but I mean, you feel like that they were able to at least do enough potentially to hold a roster going in towards whatever the future may be for North America Call of Duty Mobile. But I don't know, comparatively to their counterparts that are probably just about waking up and watching this with maybe some eggs and some tea over there in the CDM world. But I don't know, man. It definitely feels for a lot of these players for Marshy. Do you think that this is the end of the road for them?
I think it might be because if the love isn't there, then you know that's when you maybe have to call it quits, and it just feels like it maybe isn't there anymore for those guys not coming in. And like you would say, on any given day they would wipe on their day, maybe a year or so ago, year and a half ago, they wipe all these teams cleanly 3-0. But I don't want to say it's the attitude isn't there anymore, maybe just the love isn't. And for them, if that's not there, you're not going to bring your A game to the table. This is going to happen. And for them, it's not going to tarnish their legacy of what they have brought to Call of Duty Mobile, of course, but it would be nice to see them again, just kind of maybe a last hurrah. That's kind of what this felt like, but it felt like a bit of a sad one.
Okay, well, we're going to be able to hear from one of the participants from XPE that just might have closed the final chapter on one of the long-tenured names that we just saw from North America Call of Duty Mobile. Fabuloso, what's going on, my dude? Welcome to the broadcast. Congratulations on the W. You guys must be absolutely elated that you now will be one of 3 teams representing North America booking your ticket to Katowice.
Oh, thank you guys, and I appreciate your felicitations. Bro, I speak the Spanish, ¿ok? Muchas felicidades, muchas gracias a todos los que estuvieron apoyando. En verdad, siempre supe que podía confiar en mi equipo. Muchas gracias a toda la gente hispanohablante mexicana que estuvo apoyándonos. Entonces, quiero mandar un fuerte abrazo a todos ustedes, a mi equipo, al coach, a los 2 coaches, a todos, a mi familia, a mi hermano. A todos, la verdad.
Fabuloso, I just want to ask you, heading into today, you're going up against Rejects, the big names. Did you guys still just feel confident in your own ability to get it over the line no matter who you were facing?
I think he might have just disconnected. He came in, dropped the bars, dropped the microphone immediately. Yeah, he doesn't care about your questions, son. I don't even know if he cared about mine, honestly. Yeah, no, you just get ego, kid. It's not your turn to play the video game. Yeah, honestly.
It's me just asking legitimate questions.
Brody was just there being cute the entire time. He knew that he could dodge it all. I set it up, and then you got absolutely slaughtered. But that's Fabuloso. Again, big conversations around what XPE might be able to do once they do end up getting a Katowice, because it's more than just North America that they're representing. There's also a little bit of the south of the borderline that they are also wearing proudly on their shoulders on the weeks to come. But their day is not over, as Fabuloso quickly signed off. He's got to get prepared for what is a lower final matchup versus UnMythic Dream. Seeding is on the line and some extra dollars in the back pocket. We'll be able to see what the top 3 will shake up to be come Katowice just in a few moments' time on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Right now I need it. Yeah, it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa. Spent too much on the wrist on me. Man upstairs, never disarm me. Way too many bands, it's a lick on me. Yeah. Whoa. Take it easy, baby. If you need a baby, I be singing songs like I'ma need a baker. I'ma need a baker for when I'm cooking, baby. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, I'm ballin', finna go pro. Yeah, I'm kicking it in a dojo. Make a movie, get a GoPro. Yeah. Whoa. All my goals, I'ma hit them all. Mama told me go hard. Now I'm outside finna ball. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time.
We breathe without thinking. It's automatic, like a pendulum swinging. But I feel myself slipping. Everything's static. My body can't map it. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. We move with intention. It's automatic. Don't need no direction. But I all too slow motion. When you're around me, it's like holding up the ocean. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me.
we gotta go. Super bad, baby, and we outside. This the game everybody waiting for. Pick 'em up off the floor. It's on the house and we about to blow. It's dynamite and who gon' stop it? Get the key and like it, baby, cause we at the door. Here we breaking the news, making the promise, not in it's to lose. Sorry, not sorry, don't pity your fool. Let's get it started, I've been in the mood. Take a look at the two, take a look at my fears. I be all in my bag, then I'm picking up two. I'm the best on the map, not a regular dude. The respect on my ground when I set it and move. I'm ahead of the line, making the rules, I'm ahead of my time. Watch how I cruise, I'm rocking the ship, tell the haters to move. The champions tell, we pay that I do. Action, we want the action. We moving with traction. Lieutenant, get active, let's get active. Action. We want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active. Let's get active. Ride with me, yeah, they ride with me. Come and slide with me like the tide slippery. Got the town burning in the squad with me. Yeah, the squad with me. Ride with me, yeah, they ride with me. Come and slide with me like the tide slippery. Got the town burning in the squad with me. And the guys with me, this is our mission. This is our mission. Action. We want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active. Let's get active. Action. We want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active. Yeah, let's get active. Yeah. Tornado, let's get active. Straight off the cuff, I'ma smash 'em. So come try your luck if we crash it. I am the captain, calling it pack. Action. We want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active. Let's get active.
Let's go bigger, I'm that killer. Coming in hot, make you jump like a thriller. Full figure, ready to devour. Crank to 11, now we're hitting full power. I'm packing, gotta keep up, cause there ain't no lagging. Settling in till the early hour. Not giving up till we're hitting full power. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Pick up the pace, cause it's not enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up, full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up. Rough and ready, whoa, Black Betty. Can't lose face cause I'm coming in heavy. No filler, top of the tower. Crank to 11, now we're hitting full power.
Hi friends, and we are back for the second series of the evening. Still have two more on the docket, albeit we finally just solidified the three teams that we will be sending to Katowice out of the North American region. My name's Proper, joined with me is Ton and Brody. And boys, we're hopping in now to what is a battle for about $2,000 and for the guarantee of at least second seed. Talking about UnMythic Dream going up against XPE. Ton, we just got done seeing XPE putting the absolute B2A onto some very tenured names that we had from Rejects not a few moments ago. How you feeling going in towards this best of 5?
I'm feeling like anything could happen for them now, right? They looked really, really good in that series, albeit Rejects maybe not quite at the table what we thought they would be, but realistically speaking, a really good performance from XPE. And now going to a game against UnMythic Dream, this is doable as well.
Yep, we got the rosters now on our screens, Brody. We got UnMythic Dream back on the screen. Puedes, Pildora, that double sniper rifle, and whatever search and destroy maps we will be seeing are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, for sure. Pildora was having a series yesterday, and albeit they did get 3-0'd yesterday by TLE, the maps were actually pretty close. And as you already said, part of that was down to sniper pressure from the likes of Puedes and Pildora. Shisui also in the conversation for the respawns. These guys have a lot of firepower, and it's for that reason I think that even though XP, they look much better than they did yesterday, you could clearly see those improvements through the first series today. They have a very, very different series on their hands here. I don't think UnMythic Dream are going to roll over.
Quickly moving on in towards the best of 5 map set. The vetoes are all done. It is complete, and we're already ready to and prepared to be able to see, will this go at least to a map 4? And Ton, the question immediately to the focus on, for me, would be that map number 3. Crossfire comes in towards the mix. Takeoff isn't exactly something UnMythic Dream probably want to see, especially after just watching XBE absolutely dismantle the Rejects.
Yeah, I actually don't mind this for XP whatsoever. I suppose Crossfire kind of throws a bit of a curveball in there, but we get to see Hacienda, which they just look great on. We get to see Kurahana, which they just look fantastic on as well. It looks as if Costa was up for offer and it didn't get taken by anybody, so that's an interesting one. But Fire Range is going to be in there for map number 5. No, I quite like this for XP. I don't hate it at all.
Kurahana Metropolis for the map number 2, Brody. We just saw that 7-2 win over the Rejects. They were dominant.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the good thing here for both teams, right? I think this is kind of an interesting pick for XP. Obviously, as you mentioned, they look pretty good on it in the last series, and I think that's very clearly the reason they allowed it in. I think the other thing you got to consider here is that we did see UnMythic Dream play this yesterday. They barely lost it versus TLE in that upper bracket final. And so I think for me, it's kind of a mixture of, yeah, all right, XP, they'll be feeling pretty confident of the last series, but also they will have watched that series last night. They will know exactly what to expect come this Kurahana Search and Destroy from UnMythic Dream, and they should know how to play around it. I think this is absolutely one of those to let it through, just be like, all right, cool, we'll play a Kurahana in map number 2. We know what to expect from our position. We can play around that.
Going in towards this Apocalypse map number 1, much to the question I asked you going into that Hacienda Ton, this one is going to be a square up. The difference is going to be that XtreM Pe just came off of a 3-0 barn blitzer of just completely keeping their gunnies hot and warm. And although it was about a 15-minute break, do you think that that has any impact coming in towards this one?
I think there's a couple of different things that could have an impact. I think realistically they'll be on a big high. They've just confirmed themselves to be going to champs. That's a big moment for them. Is that going to follow through to this one as well? You got momentum from that, momentum from just being a story team in Rejects. The wind will fully be beneath their sails. I think they'll be going into this feeling good.
Well, just a few moments away from hopping in towards this best of 5 series again. We are just down to seeding just a couple $1,000 between these two different teams, and I don't know why I'm sitting here saying $1,000 is actually still a lot of money, at least in my back pocket, but still nonetheless, you got to be seeing these two teams vying for the seeding. Brody, you've been going on and on about this as we get closer to Katowice. The only handful of regions that we got left is the conclusion of CDM, and then here in North America. But the reason why you want that number 1 seed is not just because of the prize pool, but also because in a very much so easier first round.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, let's make it clear. You want to get that $10,000 for first place, right? You know, it is even getting second place, it pales in comparison. They walk away with a big amount of cash on offer here. But yes, the seeding is very important for champs come November, because you do not want to be sitting there, frame 1 on the other side of the stage, sits Zai. That's the last thing you want. Trust me, I wouldn't want that for the first game of Katowice. And so yeah, just making sure you get as high a seed as possible here. All 3 teams in the competition have qualified no matter what for the 2025 World Championships. At this point, it's just about making your path as easy as humanly possible. Again, a reminder, the format is different this time around. We have those GSL style groups instead of the Swiss stage, so you are absolutely making your lives easier by making sure you get first or even second here in the North American stage 4 finals. Dropping out here in third, it's nice you made it to Katowice, but your path is going to be more difficult than those who win.
I think that NA is going to constantly have this microscope over top of them, Ton, especially what we've seen recently. We already talked about a handful of times, you got the OUG roster over there vying for a spot out from the CDM area, but you got a lot of different members just thinking like North America has truly fallen off. I mean, they're out all intents and purposes. Do you think that they have been able to showcase that they can at least get close to a championship bracket?
I think it's hard to say when you're all going up against each other, but the thing is for them, obviously, they've got those 3 spots, so that's the spotlight on you immediately. People are saying, well, you need to be bringing somebody in. TLE have looked very, very solid, though. They've came in and looked the more convincing. For one of these 2 teams, it's about trying to compete up against them initially, but it's always difficult to say, as far as when the competition that you're going up against doesn't always indicate how well you're going to do when it does come to that international stage. We may be making some decent noise about Europe, but we really don't know how that's going to transpire until we get there. And that's exactly the same for North America as well.
And we got the one spot away from Europe. Exclusive made sure that they were the representative, completely and utterly rewriting history over themselves just a few weeks ago, Brody. But we also got African representation finally coming in towards the next year for Call of Duty Mobile. The one Japanese team for Diavolo, so looking to play upset. I mean, it's not just Wolves, it's not just Q9 anymore. Like, we've been able to see Elevate quite literally rise to the occasion. Garena's got hands, India's got hands. It feels like that on the international stage still, everybody's still fighting for that number one spot.
I think that's the key thing for me, right? You know, a lot of the conversation has been, all right, cool, North America has, you know, kind of downsized as a region a fair bit, right? Some of the big names that you might have seen over the last couple of years in the World Championships are no longer competing in North America. Obviously, we have that conversation at OUG now competing in China. But it's beyond that, right? It's not just what's happening in North America. It's what's happening in all of the other regions around the world. Teams are getting better. Like, I think Japan is the big one for me, right? You talk about Diabolos, you just mentioned them there, right? This is a team that for the last couple of years in Champs have pretty much put the bed every single time. I don't think they've won a single match last year. I don't know if they even won a single map last year in 2024 Champs. They competed in the CDM this time around, and they have gotten significantly better to the point now where I'd be pretty confident seeing Diabolos play a team here for any of the three teams here from North America, maybe not TLE, I don't know, on the world stage there, World Champs in Katowice, and I think that Diabolos would probably win that match. I'm that confident in the improvements they've made. Obviously, you mentioned India, you know, we talk about Godlike being one of the best teams in the world. They're a team that you've got to watch out for, and Seoul have made improvements as well this season. The point being, every single region has gotten better. Like, the competition has never been this more difficult, certainly I think from the eastern side, and so I think for the western teams here, I think for NA in particular, it does feel like there might be a bit of a struggle bus come Champs. Like, you're really going to have to work. You got a couple of months where you're going to have to VOD heavy, you got to practice hard, you got to scrim as much as humanly possible because the competition is extremely tough this time around.
And it's even more so than just North America, right? We keep talking about so many of these different rosters have like Chilean representation, Mexican representation. There's a lot of Latin American pride even spread here in North America a ton, but it's just that one region as a whole that we have not hinted at as well. Galeras is still that number one team from Latin America as well that you really got to watch out for. The reason being, you got the single tap GOAT of Lucasen constantly being ready to gun anybody with any meta.
I mean, he always seems to be already. I remember the first time I casted over Lucasen, I think it was Mobile Masters, and I was like, how is this kid just so much better than everybody else? Yeah, they're still potentially going to be someone who could put themselves in the conversation, and there's plenty of those teams that are coming in. Of course, a lot of it will be focused on CDM teams, which rightfully so, but you can never count the others out. I'll be really curious to see how things do go down when we get to Poland, and as we kind of semi-talked about, let's see what Europe can do. I'm going to be the biased caster when we're there, absolutely. I've got to, you know, there's a mostly North American talent team, actually, in fairness, so we do need to represent as well as we can here, Brody. We are outnumbered.
Yeah, and I do want to say as well, the thing is that is interesting about Europe actually is since then there was actually like a roster change update that was made, so Champy's actually left that exclusive roster, and Sao, who was playing for Animus, actually funnily enough had played for exclusive previously, joined Animus and is now back with that exclusive team. So exclusive have kind of pack a punch a little bit there. Sao back on the roster, no disrespect to Champy whatsoever because he is a phenomenal player, but Sao, I mentioned it so many times, he's the guy that you want on the team, so I really can't wait to see what exclusive bring to the table. I'm totally cool being the biased caster here and saying I am looking forward to seeing Europe this time around. I do feel relatively confident that Europe are going to be playing a lot better. This is totally going to get clipped in a month's time. I think the immediate time exclusive Fallout, like frame 1, this is going to come back to bite me. But I do feel very confident this time that I think Europe, maybe Africa are the only other region, I think, with Bear Clan that could really shock teams come Champs. Because we know what to expect from, like, again, we know what to expect from the likes of Garena and from China, even from Galeras that you mentioned, right, proper. We know what to expect from these teams. These are known quantities. I think people are going to be going in underestimating the likes of Exclusive and Bear Clan because, you know, these are teams that either you don't really have any expectations over them, or the expectations you do have are relatively low, and I think that's going to benefit them come Champs. Again, there's a lot to talk about here with those teams. I can't wait to talk about it, but also I can't wait to talk about this match.
Woo! We can finally put the marshmallow fluff back onto the shelf ton. Why don't you go ahead and let the dogs out, kick your feet up, man, let your brain flex out just a little bit. We'll go ahead and take this one. Me and Brody will walk you through the action as all 10 players are more than obliged to join the lobby. Apocalypse Hardpoint is where we start off this tango. Can XPE take a map off of UMD, or will the dominance continue versus anybody else that's not named TLE?
Yeah, I mean, this is the big question for me, I think, right? XP, they look a lot better coming into today. Are they going to be better on the whole? And so far, so good. They start off on the better side of the map here. This indicates, of course, that Apocalypse was not their pick. So UnMythic Dream will be confident coming in here into this map number 1. But Legacy already starting off strong. Couple of kills for him, couple of kills for Rehan here. And across the board, XP holding those back spawn strong at the moment. They get the first move of time on P1.
Yep. Starting off on the favorite side to XPE, they will at least have that luxury to get players in position around maps, trying to keep everybody at a tight 19's distance, but they did lose their initial player watching that cross, and that means that Shisui, the player that we highlighted quite wonderfully a bit yesterday, and even in the preamble for the series, Brody, to potentially find further impact. He will be the tip of the spear all the way through the ruins, and it sets up a pinch on the opposite side here for Indra to be able to upset the P2 spawns, but XPE more than aware of it, trying to get the back in their favor, scrambling all over the place.
Yeah, now looking to try and flip up those back spawns, though. Noisy does get through. He should get found out here by XP. They send 3 players over the back line, and that alleviates a lot of pressure for the front. Shisui brings out the Predator missile now, and now you're starting to see UnMythic Dream fight this one from the front. Back spawn still good for XPE. Fabuloso, tempting flank play. Puedo's down, and Coldest and Fabuloso, they do hold. That was shaky boy hours for XPE. UnMythic Dream not able to hold.
Still got these sticky spawns to be worried about. A lot of time left here, and while Noisy and tried to keep his life, mostly comes down for his teammates to find value in towards the front, of which they do through the hop-up, but just as we were talking from one player's perspective to be able to play those sticky spawns for Noisy, he gets gunned, and on the opposite side over by the gold bars, there's XPE again, just reinserting themselves in towards the fight, keeping things scrappy and making sure that UMD stay rather honest, but this is where you got to start thinking about the rotation over towards New. Shisui will be that player on route for UnMythic Dream. It's all by his lonesome at this moment in time, and he's got really good trust that his teammates are cleaning up things over by the old time.
XP in a good position here. They have control of the rotation. 4 ops in the back pocket. One's going to come out to play. Legacy through the middle of the map here. Pueda's going to follow up with Tempest of his own. Legacy's going to find one, though, with the Sparrow, and, well, he will end up going down. That is a posthumous kill. Teammates now starting off, but nobody is watching those back spawns, so XP now going to have to deal with the pressure coming from the back line. A little reposition from Coldest to deal with players coming all the way around the backside, and that's going to round Shisui from the top with 2 with the equalizer. Shisui burning through absolutely everybody. Going to go down by way of Rehan. So back towards the hard point here. UnMythic Dream going to have to take him out of the play, and that's exactly what Noisy does with the War Machine, but nonetheless here proper UnMythic Dream looking for the back 30 seconds. They should be good to get it. This is dangerous here for XP in terms of that rotation.
Death Machines, War Machines being traded on both these two sides. Rehan does have an operator available, doesn't feel the necessity to use it, so maybe try to keep all of UMD trapped under the backside of the useless spawns. Might not need it until the rotation over towards that P4 area, but a great turn of events coming through from XPE. They still trail only by 20 points or so. They are still struggling on this rotation, bro. You just be able to find these key power positions. A lot of isolated plays, so they're starting to get away with highway robbery. Rehan's able to find himself too, one of which sets up Coldest to clean up the third, but there's still no space. Luckily enough for them, UMD still spawning on the backside of Useless, but the setup's still not there in my opinion.
Oh, Legacy able to put some team shots into the third player there. Good for the second kill. Indra's going to take him out of the play. So, UnMythic Dream looking to keep stragglers in the play, turn the heads of XPE. Indra's still not activated. Will actually finally do so for a couple of kills towards the hardpoint. Noisy able to take UG down. And now UnMythic Dream breaking through the front gear. Something you rarely see. UnMythic Dream fighting this one from the front. Splits comes through from Rehan towards the hardpoint. Will that disrupt things? He hasn't managed to find a way to be effective just yet. Shisui and Noisy going to find some kills here. Rehan not able to do anything, and now we set ourselves with a much more standard setup. XP trying to smoke their way out of the post box. It's just not happening, and now this is UnMythic Dream really starting to put their foot down in this game here proper. They are going to be basically double the points of XP going into the second set.
This came down to, again, the lack thereof setup. P4 again finding a lot of good transitional gunfights, but where was the space? Where were players playing inside a chicken coop and maybe trying to play the cross outside of said power position to really make the funnel be that much more damaging leading in towards P4, but they allowed UnMythic Dream an avenue all the way through, and all of the operators in tow. The at least resource advantage was immediately thrown out of the window going back in towards P1, but you're quite content with this if you are UnMythic Dream. 50-plus point lead going in towards the second. Noisy running here with the War Machine pulls out their third. Gonna be able to have that luxury. Should be back online for around P2, but a great first set of hills out of UMD.
Yeah, for sure. UnMythic Dream. Really good position for them now. XPE will want to find a way back in towards this game. They've got a fair bit of util to work with in terms of trying to make sure they do hold on the right side of the map. Last time around, though, they did end up giving up that back temple pressure, and around the front of the hard point got pushed through momentarily. Cannot allow the same thing to happen once again here. Indra in towards scrap time, though. UnMythic Dream now looking to deal with Shisui, who has the equals out to try and carve a path for the rest of the team, but you're losing teammates in this situation. Shisui, now the last one left alive, needs to be the hero for the squad. Good for the first. Back spawns now flipping in favor of UnMythic Dream. Shisui only going to find one there with the equals, and you're losing the players towards the back. You got gifted the spawns. Shisui now the last one left alive, and he goes down. Equals now out for Recon. XP, a good opportunity to come back in this game.
Fabuloso's up on 5 now for this spree. Finds the back 2 there with the Predator missile, and now for XPE trying to find that space a little bit further forward. It's a little bit too late, and they didn't really have the setup to be able to find those kills. UMD are starting to wipe the floor with them. Still 30 seconds left here on P2, Brody, and the last player alive is Rehan in towards the back. He's going to take down Puedes, who ends up ripping their operator, but doesn't find all too much there with the Tempest. That it's still so much space now for Rehan to go on a 6 spree. Predator Missile is going to reveal everybody still on the backside of the temple. That Predator Missile is only going to be able to find so much. It is good entry damage, but XPE able to turn that into a good chunk of time until Shisui finds 3 off the respawn block. That's 5 seconds secure for UMD, but XPE kept things rather interesting. They still trail by 30.
Yeah, that is a important hard point for XP, albeit they do not manage to hold the entirety of the time, which will be disappointing for them considering how Apocalypse P2 is supposed to play out. They will at the very least close the deficit by a little bit and draw out a couple of ops from UnMythic Dream. And towards the next hard point we go. UMD trying to fight this one from the front. UG and Fabuloso combined for 3. Legacy now trying to hit a route through the front of the hard point. Looking to get the kills with a VMP. Shoot the smoke. You're not going to find a second kill. Indra on the other side with the Death Machine. Now looking to move forward here. Has to hit the jump up for the kill on towards UG. Never mind. UG reveals himself. But Indra still on his lonesome here. Indra trying to burn through. Runs out of DM bullets at the wrong time. Fortunately has the help of his teammates. UMG fighting this one from the front, and they are holding effectively.
Can they find a more effectiveness on the back of this 20 seconds? Here's Noisy now with that War Machine like I was talking about. 4P2 was not there, but on the exit of P3 does find some tags. Not space though. UG for 2. Noisy Indra able to find 2 in response. Still got these back useless spawns. It's ever so sticky for XPE. Do you want to even be here? UMD don't really seem like they're fully aware of the players that might already be around P4. Indra's the first to slide in. There's no follow-up. As XPE are able to find 2. Now the spawns have flipped. Can XPE recognize this and set themselves up for a good chunk of time because they need it?
Yeah, they certainly have. You can tell Rehan definitely made the call to the teammates there that the spawns have flipped. Unfortunately, they're not finding the follow-up kills. Legacy, no! Will burn through them. Posthumous kill for the 4th. He wipes 4 off the board and will give XP the hold they need for the moment. Now UMD trying to make their way through. Double investment coming out for Claw and the Tempest. The latter is down. Claw now next one through. Cold is going to burn through players with the DM. The Claw still in the play, by the way, but Dakota can't do anything. He's being held in towards that backline. Now finally we'll push in. Coldest on the hunt for more kills. The Claw of Dakota doesn't go anywhere, and Coldest sends players running away. One back towards the hard point. Shisui going to go down, but UnMythic Dream trying to make their way out of post box now. Things much more normal. XP, look at the back 10 seconds. Last little flanking play being made here by Indra, and Coldest and UG will take all of those players out of play. XPE, good for the hold. Now they are basically neck and neck going here in the third and final set.
The Death Machine didn't really find much of any value whatsoever besides its presence on the map. It's the sheer pressure that keeps UMD away and just kind of lurking around these narrow choke points where XP were able to clean things up and lock away the last little bit of chunk time there on P4 and thus keeping things interesting. It's still a 12-point deficit. She's sweet. Down here underneath the bridge, equalizers have been popped. Has really been struggling to find value with them all of this game, but the timing is so good out on the backside of P3 and he's still alive.
Shisui trying to push forward. Equals gonna get shut down. Immediate investment coming out from Puedas here, just trying to get some kind of control over the middle of the map. But unfortunately, you get, well, I don't think you get any kills there. You're going to lose the follow-ups from XP, and now going to be fighting tooth and nail for 25 seconds of scrap time. The aim, of course, at the moment, just push XP as far back as possible. Puedas finds a couple through the smoke. Dakota follows up on another one. Looking at the jump down for the kill on towards Legacy. The drop shot, good for the kill. And XPE losing all of these fights. Proper UnMythic Dream. They can't finish things here, but as far as pushing XP back is concerned, they're doing it to great success.
But as with the Tempest, gonna start looking for these close range gunfights and anything to be able to turn the tides for the XPE roster. Because like you said, UMD within striking distance on the back of P1. 2 seconds in P2 will pop. And UMD, again, only need just a handful of more seconds. Noisy has the War Machine ready to meet them at the gates.
Here we go. War Machine. Already out from Noisy. Fabuloso around the backline as well. Oh, Noisy is going to win that fight. Never mind, it's Shisui who actually gets that gunfight. It is a yellow kill through from UnMythic Dream. XPE pushing through the front of the hard point. They're looking for some kind of contest. Kudo, all he's got to do is just make sure he pre-fires through that window, and it is done. UnMythic Dream, the better P2 hold for them. Much better first set. XPE cannot come back.
You'll see it in the highlights, like, it's even beyond, like, the way that the P2 flipped in their favor off of the first set of hard points, excuse me. It's also like the P4, like you said. The first set of hard points was just so much more dominating out of UnMythic Dream that by the time that XPE finally loaded on in towards the contest, it just felt like it was just a little bit too late. That 60-point lead whittled down to about 20, but it was just always a slight bit of advantage until this moment right here. Going in towards P2, the second string of things, that's where you started to see XPE start to get a little bit more teamwork underneath them. In towards P4 maybe, but again, it just felt like that it was just too far out of reach. One good set of operators, one Shisui 3-piece with the equalizer here on P1 set themselves up for success in a map 1 win at that.
Yeah, Shisui just played really damn well in that game. I mean, every single time that we saw him put out the equalizers, he was finding some serious value with it. I think the only time that he maybe didn't was, I think it was in that second set at the start of the P2 rotation where Shisui...
It's like the first two balls were bad, but like every other one was like 3 at least.
Yeah. I mean, it just a couple of bad ones there, but really, I mean, just generally speaking, Shisui with the equalizers is, he knows how to use those things, and there's a reason that he's one of the players over the last couple of seasons of North America that we have been looking for. Of course, him and Puedas topping the stat boards there for UnMythic Dream. They start strong, and we always talk about it right proper, making sure that you stop the momentum of a team coming from a match, coming in hot from their lower bracket matchup is very, very important. That's exactly what UnMythic Dream have done, especially in Hardpoint, where we were talking about it. XPE, they look like they've made market improvements over what we saw yesterday in that matchup versus Rejects just then. Again, we go into that Apocalypse Hardpoint, and albeit XP, they look like a really well put together team. Fundamentally, nothing wrong with that matchup from them. Ultimately, UnMythic Dream, they just played that better, and they broke them.
Yeah, and it came down to a lot of crucial moments where like those big 3-4 pieces in the feed, sometimes backed by 3 by 1 player, is the turning moment. And although it was represented in the kill feed by getting those multi feeds and those big spree moments, it just was not at that right moment of time. And I think that's the biggest difference in between what you have, like the top 2 teams, at least in my opinion, off of watching what we had yesterday, and even in the small thing for the Apocalypse Hardpoint of UnMythic Dream and TLE, and then XtreM Pe. XtreM Pe very much so relying off of some heroic plays, but every single time that they had a setup, you go back over towards P4 in that first set, Brody, like, where's the space? Like, you get the setup, you got a player inside a chicken coop, you got a player playing the head glitch on P4, like, get some space forward. Let's get some players getting some high-low moments, watching these narrow choke points, because it just was setting themselves up for disaster, it felt like, more often than not. But can only have so much more time to spare for yourself, so we already know you're going to Cat and Vise, but there's going to be one map mode combination that's probably going to be played once we do get to Poland, Brody. It will be what our map 2 is, Kurahana Metropolis. I know it's your favorite map mode combination because we got 2 minutes worth of time on the game clock to be able to see what these players are going to be offering for ourselves. And I, for one, am very happy to be able to see this back on our screen, mostly because we got Puedas to be able to see what he does with the boomstick.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think for me, right, you know, talk about XP going into this matchup, it does feel like it's going to be Rihan versus Puedas is going to be the big story for sure. Rihan was popping off in the last Kurahana Search and Destroy, and, you know, that sniper rifle presence, basically consistently drawing first blood, of course. The 1 versus 4 in that second round really did pull XP through, and I'm curious to see now, you've got a much more proficient sniper on the other side. Puedas was snapping yesterday. What do you do when you are maybe not going to win those opening snipes? What do XPE look like? We'll have to start this one. Opening util going out. Double trophy system set up down already in towards B for UnMythic Dream. They've got themselves already, all the tents have been set up. They've got themselves ready to go for an immediate push towards B.
Nate's going to cover at least the elbow area there that was thrown by Puedas across the A lane. I don't think he knows that Fabuloso, with the sniper, is still encroaching on that area. Here comes that B execute. Rihan's going to be able to find that first blood, and they can see the space for now.
Opening gunfights here. UG with the HSO. Finding a lot of space. Noisy still over by B. The problem is once you lose control of that B long, retaking it is very difficult to do. Nade in towards the site. No trophy to catch it. It doesn't land though, so it doesn't make a difference. Now 4 versus 3. Is anybody watching up top for Noisy? UnMythic Dream approaching this from 3 different angles. Noisy flanked by Fabuloso towards the middle map. Shisui takes Colis out of the play. Flanking play from Puedas. Needs to be fast here. Should be able to catch Fabuloso off guard, and he will. So now 2 versus 2. XP, they should know where both of these players are coming from. And Puedas snaps on towards Legacy. Now just down to the 1 versus 2 for UG. HSO good for the first. Slide out 1 versus 1 for UG. And he will take it. XPE, they will hold that bomb site.
We got an HSO versus quick scopes, and more often than not, you feel like the slide chow, unless it gets cut up short, probably would win more often than not. A massive moment for UG. Has the bomb checks. Just can't allow them to be able to get on that bomb site as free as they did. This opening salvo was enough to showcase all of that. Got that A-lane defender offensive timing that they're still kind of searching for. The alarm bells would be what Rihan finds. He does get stunned up over by the main stairs, and that confirms that there's just one bit of utility being thrown for the A side. Is that enough? What they saw from the other side out from XPE to give it up for now and try over towards this A bomb? Seems that the answer is yes. She's sweet. He will join his defensive friend for this onslaught that's about to incur.
There's a lot of noise being made here by XP. Oh, Puedas, which they're being sniped, goes back for seconds, and he gets it this time around. How many more for Puedas? Oh, gets a second on towards Fabuloso. Trades in favor, though, of UnMythic Dream. And Rihan and Yuji have pushed up. The problem now for them in this 2 versus 4 is that the bomb is down on the site. They've got no choice but to push in. Rihan looking for something. Easy kill on towards the cross. Noisy, free pickings. Yuzi also picking up Indra now. Down to a 2 versus 2. The flanking player has been dealt with. All of the pressure now on the other side of the site.
And don't give him the second time to be able to go for that jump towel. Still got to recover the bomb, though. It's the biggest issue for XPE. UG, Rihan. Got to start making the play happen.
They have the bomb.
Shisui is taking the gambit off of what Dakota can find for time. He gets the audio cue.
Heard it.
Oh, yeah. So free.
Nice play. Nice play. And now you're looking at that flanking player coming through from Shisui. Rihan has spotted out 1. He's getting shot from behind, though. Rihan weak, and Shisui is going to close things out with the VMP. The round is done. UnMythic Dream, they make it work.
And they sure do. Just by being very, very patient. And I think going forward, that A push might be looked at ever so slightly that we need to do it quick or we're just not going to do it at all. Just going to be able to cover everything that could be happening on the backside of that truck. Mid push this time around out of XPE. This is egregious. All the way through the window is the bomb carrier for Legacy looking for that first blood. He's got the VMP. Oh, and Dakota just unaware of it entirely. Freest first blood I've ever seen.
And there's going to be trades. UG brings us back down to a 4 versus 3. Aggression coming up from Puedas here. Thought that maybe he could stop those guys. And now Shisui through the middle of the map is going to pick up 2. Makes things awkward for XPE. Puedas already has the information. He just needs to act on it. Puedas, please hit a shot. Please hit a shot. Oh, no. Oh, God. Embarrassing. Bit of a fumble there. Now brings us down to a 2 versus 2. Last time UnMythic Dream players here split.
Yeah, that's crazy. We don't really see that happening from Puedas all too often, but going to be able to enact something off of that now. Comes XPE, bomb being planted. Noisy looking for the exits. Timing is awful. Misses, throws away his shot. Now they should be more than aware of where it's coming from. Tangs Rihan in the rear on that cross. He's got time to try to make this work, Brody. He's just got to land the shots.
And Noisy going up so far through the first 3 rounds. Oh, perfect hit. Rihan, freebie. Legacy finally going to turn around here. 15 seconds left. Noisy has time to make this one work, but he's full sprinting. Legacy should hear this. Never mind. Doesn't have his headphones cranked up. Noisy. Shot's not that great, but good enough for the 1 versus 2. Takes a freebie on towards Rihan. Has well enough time, I believe, to get this defused through. Yes, he does. And Noisy. Cheeky 1 versus 2 here in round 3.
It was like 5.5 seconds in towards the clear. We only get the whole second. We don't get to see tenths and milliseconds here on this show. But still,
Defend the objectives.
able to lock away the 1v2. It's just, I mean, I hate to really sit here and say as simplistic as it was, but you just can't isolate yourselves like that. This is how easy it was. Be able to land some quick scopes of the LW3 Tundra. And now UMD got themselves that 1 round lead off of losing the initial. The aggression from the middle of the map shut down at XPE. It was the B push initially. It was the only thing that they found success with. And they're still flirting with A. Shisui is here. Gave up the timing inside of elbow. For some odd reason, wasn't a fan of it. But UMD is still completely okay with giving up this much space inside of mid because they're hunkered down on both the sides.
Usually trying to beat up the split. Making a lot of noise here with the jump up. Shisui knows. Just ready to take a freebie. You've lost Fabuloso in the play now. Shisui just trying to make matters worse for XPE. Yuji, surely seen him at this point. Yuji, all right, little shot in towards Shisui. He's very weak here in the play. Has to play his life elsewhere. Bomb down. Shisui pops his head up, finally able to get something. And you know where Yuji is. He is very dead. Has to try and Scarpa. Gets the kill with the HSO. Nice little exit frag. This would be for the 1v5. Tell you what, to be fair, if anyone's going to do it, it's probably going to be HSO. The problem is these guys, they're not going to give it free.
Yeah. No, you'd imagine that these players that are alive for UnMythic Dream will not be overly isolating themselves VMP at range. Not the laser beam that used to be the USS-9, let me tell you that. But still, a massive round for UMD. They just have the reads. They get the nade stuns early. XPE can't find any value off of it. The trophies are in proper positions to deny any space out of XPE. And then their reactions, their rebuttals, non-existent. So here it comes as an immediate rebuttal in towards what is round number 5. Just hard hit over towards A forehead. Let's run.
Let's do it. A lot of util being thrown their way, though. UMD, are they ready for this push? Can they brace for it? Puedas now hitting the shots. Puedas not missing for the second, looking for the third. Rihan giving a couple of looks. He's going to find one on the exit. And now UMD starting to close in on the players. Rihan looking for the reposition hit. 1 minute 20 on the clock. UMD have time for the reposition, and every little bit of micro movement that Rihan makes is information. And now the vice has been closed, and Rihan's life is over.
Yep, sure is. 4-1 now for the half, and just as what was dominant for XPE over Rejects there on the Kurahana Metropolis, 5-1 half was there. It's starting to look like the shoe is simply on the other foot. XPE won the initial round. 4 on the bounce, Brody is here for UMD, looking to stamp their way in towards a commanding lower finals win. Here comes another heavy hit over towards B, immediately shut down for the first blood. It's just so easy to read for UnMythic Dream, and they can just play the trade game. Just put them to rest.
I didn't even know how you've analyzed that round. You blink and you miss it. UnMythic Dream, they win the opening trades. XP, not a chance. The anti-Kurahana round. How about that one? For the final round of defense for UnMythic Dream. We switch over now, and UMD can now start to set the pace in towards this one. They know that Fabuloso is more likely than not going to be the player down a long. They'll have done the VOD. 3 nades coming Fabuloso's way. Only 1 will connect, but that is all the information that they need. They know that somebody's overhit. Not going to act fast enough to take Fabuloso out of the play, but they will act fast enough to get towards the site. Never mind, Fabuloso good for the first. Trades in from Indra. Dakota now trying to take space around the back of the site. Traded on out. And UnMythic Dream, for all of this push proper, they actually don't have that much in the way of map control.
No, they really don't. Look at the bomb is dropped on the backside of the truck. Indra, he's hoping for the timing. UG is here. HSO shotgun. I think Indra might be aware of that too, just trying to hold the space. You have no idea where the HSO player is located at. The problem is you're buying time for your teammate Ashisui. who's had 10 kills to maybe get activated through the middle of the map. He's going to get timing versus Legacy. There's a beautiful shot where that bomb is pancaked. That somebody has to make a move as we're sub 60.
Yeah, you gotta go grab that bomb. Need to make a hell of a gambit for it. Indra, of course, can't sprint. He can't slide here. Any bit of movement will give away his positioning. Of course, XP do, technically speaking, know that they don't have any site control beyond where the bomb is. So they're more likely than not know somebody is here. Of course, around the middle of the map as well. Shisui, lot to do. He's going to get cut down by Legacy, and now it makes things so difficult for Indra. Will only find one. UG takes him out of the play, and, well, it's a hell of a gambit for UnMythic Dream at the start of the round. The aggression just doesn't work.
Nope, it does not. I mean, they were flying so quickly. They got all into the backside of that truck that I don't even think they realized that they didn't have a sniper watching the defender cross. Very easy setup for XPE to be able to win the initial round here on defense, and they're going to need a whole lot more of that and hope that UMD continue to scam more rounds away. Doesn't seem that they're going to be offering this one. Aggression over towards this B-side area. Noisy is just going to eat a couple of nades here. Nobody's going to push off. Rehan was holding that, just hoping for the cross to be peeked up. Noisy's going to get first blooded.
UnMythic Dream are getting aggressive in these rounds proper. They're just not winning the opening fights. XP looking solid on defense. And now UnMythic Dream looking for a freebie or two. Not going to get it. Puedas misses the snipe on towards Rehan. Now XPE have even more numbers in their favor. At the very least, the good news for UnMythic Dream here, they technically speaking have bomb. The problem is in a 3 versus 5, it is exceedingly difficult to get any map control whatsoever. You are being oppressed, and it gets worse as well. Fabuloso pushes up. Shisui just isn't ready for it.
Nope. Why would you be? Numbers sufficiently here. And you're just going to start swarming in towards space. Yeah, Indra, nowhere to go, and he's going to get crossed up by UG's machine pistol. Dakota, 1v5, ace clutch here to get up towards map point seems quite literally impossible. When you got 30 seconds left, you're on the other side of the planet when it comes down where the bomb's located at. This is going to be an XPE third round, at least on the board. Might be able to walk away with a constellation kill, but it's just, yeah, it's just too many angles, not enough time. Nice shot, though, on the Legacy. Had a good look there for on the UG, but won't be able to walk away with it. And it wasn't even aggression that time around, Brody. They were just kind of lingering around their mid-stairs, over towards elbow. The nades just continue to connect and slow peeking to try to find a trade. I'm not going to lie, never really works out.
Yeah, it feels like right now UnMythic Dream is struggling to figure out how to play this offense. How about through the middle of the map? Let's see if this one works out. 3 push through the mid cut. UG sees it, backs the hell up, not going to win the fight regardless. Rehan taking another play, one more player to the left, and Legacy also dealt with it. Puedas for 3, finishes things off with the melee. The prize fighters for the final kill. That is one way to get site control.
Yep, sure is. I mean, hey, if it doesn't work the first 2 times, might as well try it again. This time they just push all the way through the elbow, underneath the nades. They get the entire site control, and they got the numbers advantage to boot. Coldest, Indra, trying to find that elimination, wants to hold the HP advantage that they have, just not wanting to scam this round away.
Just going to separate out 1 player from the plate. Try and force the issue here. 15 seconds left, though. That's a big gambit to take. Fabuloso poking a prod at the site. They will get some good timing here. Even if they don't, it's difficult for Fabuloso. A multitude of ways to look. The hit marker of the HSO is unfortunate. UnMythic Dream, it took them 3 rounds. It looks like they finally cracked the code on these offenses.
Yep, maybe, but you know what's going to be able to shut down an aggressive hit all the way in towards that B-bombs, like Brody. Just better nades and better stuns. You can land right around in front of the corner before the trophy system has a chance to nab it. And there comes the stack out of XP to try to deny it over towards speed. Nades get thrown through ceremoniously. UMD not aware of this. They're just going for broke to try to get over towards A. How many numbers just got scouted out by Fabuloso? He does get away towards the refuge, and now here come the reinforcements to the defender spawn.
And this time XP do not load the defense up. Puedas and Dakota really starting to feel themselves now. Flank has been perfectly red. You're in trouble. If you're a Legacy, you somehow walk away with that fight here. And we'll be able to get the regen. OMD aren't being over aggressive. UG is though, straight towards the site. Good, brings us down to a 2 versus 2. This would be a 2 versus 4 for XP. Individual 1 versus 1s. Legacy wins his. Puedas has already been found out, and UG for the slide to close out the round. How on earth has that happened for XP?
A brilliant retake there. It's just all off the information. Fabuloso was able to get the cross. You know that elimination needed to come through as quick as the nameplate was sought out for UMD. I don't even know who the first one was to swing that corner. It was probably Shisui. That guy is just absolutely got his trainers on, but he's yet to find a kill this side, Brody. He's still lingering around 10 eliminations. Puedes gets up towards 14. Aggression being shut down again, just where you thought UMD cracked the code.
Nade out. Flies past UMD. XP pushed all the way back. This happened last time, though. They managed to make the retake happen. This time, UMD are waiting patiently for the kills before getting over aggressive. Puedes has just looked towards the backline. 14 kills to his name, mind you. Something we haven't really touched on that much in this search and destroy thus far. UMD finally going to get it done, though. Flanking play being put together by XPE. Keep an eye out for Legacy. Big 1 versus 1. Indra, though, read it perfectly. And now you've got numbers with a collapse on the way. It is on the horizon. XP looking to try and get back in. Coldest. Pokes and prods. Puedes down for the count. Now down to the 4 versus 4 with 30 seconds left. Dakota, you are just waiting patiently for somebody to hit the corner. He doesn't get the kill. Noisy will towards the backline. Indra down to the count. Finally, Dakota switches towards the mid pistol. Sweetie is there for the kill. Rehan for the 1v3. It's not going to happen. Holding the angles. UMD finally get it done, and they will take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, you just feel like that once you do get that insurmountable lead. A 5-1 half is just so difficult to claw your way back from. XP should know a thing or two about that. A little difference in the scoreline, 7-4, 7-2 difference, but point still stands, darn it. Fantastic work coming through from UnMythic Dream. I mean, they lost that initial round, and then soon after, like, the defense was just shutting down aggressive play after aggressive play. And there was a continuation going in towards the second half where you did have UnMythic Dream at the very least on the offensive side, and really starting to see what it means for these early nades, just to deny any sort of immediate presence. Just inevitability. Once they had to crack the code, get up towards map point, XPE had to win things out as flawlessly as possible just to be able to keep things interesting. But it's only interesting if you're an UnMythic Dream fan, as now they have a 2-0 lead in this series. Shisui, he got, well, at least one more kill on the offensive side, finishes with 11-9. And Puedes, you're talking about how unnoticed it was, but that boomstick in hand, man, I was always watching. What are you talking about?
Yeah, for sure. By the way, Coldest finished with 3 kills. I know he didn't want that on the scoreboard, but there you go.
Called him out.
Yeah, you got it sometimes. XP, just really unfortunate there, I think, at points. I think, towards the back half of the Search and Destroy, you kind of mentioned it, they very briefly do figure things out a little bit, right? I think especially on the first couple of rounds of their defense. All right, cool. Things are looking okay here for XP. They're drawing the first bloods. UMD, despite actually getting aggressive, XP feel like they've got some kind of response for it, but I think UMD just take a couple of rounds to figure things out there, and then they immediately kind of get a counter in. They know what they're going to do on those offensive pushes, and they do manage to figure things out. So things looking pretty good here. If you're an UnMythic Dream fan, we kind of wanted a competitive series so far. I mean, the games have been relatively competitive, but the scorelines not exactly. 2-0 up for UnMythic Dream now proper. We've got a Control coming up next. I mean, what is the way back into the series for XP now?
It's Crossfire, so it's going to have to be off the back end of a hefty amount of slays, because there's one thing that's more struggling than anything. It's being able to convert offensive rounds, being able to get over towards that B control zone, just being able to get past Delhi, man. It's just such a difficult, well, I hate to use the name of the map, but it is true. It's a Crossfire, man. Like, you can get over towards that A control zone, lickety split, but if you're not being able to set yourself up with the space that is provided off of being able to find a 4-for-1 trade or even a 5 down, I'm not gonna lie, I really don't see an avenue for them to be able to work their way back into the series at XPE. I don't have an answer for your question, Brody, because UnMythic Dream, time in and out as far as this series is concerned, especially for that Apocalypse Hardpoint, their setups maybe a little bit more lackluster comparatively to what we would get out of, say, like Wolves or even TLE for that matter, but like, they just know how to be able to provide further space. You're always seeing Shisui try to be able to take these routes, being able to find more space for his teammates to be able to set up with an AR type 19. I'm sure will probably be the one of the weapons next to the XM4 of choice here for Crossfire Control to be able to keep everybody at a longer arm's reach, so that way the SMGs can continue to rinse, wash, repeat of all that space. That wasn't really exemplified by XtreM Pe in that Apocalypse Hardpoint. Even in the Metro Search and Destroy, whatever numbers were alive in that the final salvo for the bomb being planted, just felt like there was a lack of space.
Yeah, definitely. The one thing I'm intrigued about going into this Crossfire Control is kind of the difference between these teams here in North America and CDM teams, right? I mean, CDM teams, when they play Crossfire Control, they're always having a sniper in the middle of the map. And I'm curious to see whether we're going to see that from a team like UnMythic Dream, for example, right? We know that Puedes is a pretty proficient sniper rifle player. Bring that into the respawn, right? You know, get that Tundra in the middle of the map. It would be a constant nuisance for XP on the other side. And already I'm getting my answer. Rihan is doing exactly that. Sniper rifle off the start here. You know how much mid-map pressure is going to make a lot of difference here on this map. And it does exactly that off the start. Opening sniper out for Rihan. Beautiful. Puedes running straight down the middle of the map, though. Wants to cause some carnage for the players that do move forward. Just try and be a nuisance. And he is... well, he's absolutely exacting that. First couple of kills already through here. Players in towards A building. Good for XPE, but UnMythic Dream, they are swarming. Puedes for 2. Shisui now just looking to deal with Legacy, but there's still players hanging about.
He dropped 14 eliminations in that map number 1, and he will be the tip of the spear to try to create a little bit more space forward for the defensive team off of winning the opening breakoff. It's just a single life lead that UMD do have over XPE's head, but off of that kill will be Legacy. Getting himself over towards the zone now is Fabuloso. He's not here alone. Got deli control now for Shisui, trying to get past over towards that bus stop area. That's that crossfire that I was talking about. They're trying to re-enter themselves in towards this fight, and XPE are working on that second segment.
XPT already through. Got to give this one up if you're UnMythic Dream. Hindra, last little flanking play to try and keep this play alive. You're going to find one with the machine pistol. Second kill good for Legacy, though. So that should be the point done and dusted here. 5 life difference between these teams as well. XP looking pretty caught. Puedes trying to poke and prod, stop things on the offense. The issue here for XP, or for UnMythic Dream, excuse me, is XP have players pushed all the way through. Legacy was one of those players. He's going to get shut down. Now looking to try and play this one. UG down for the count. Second player potentially cleared in this moment. Puedes, jump shot, good for the kill in the end. Now looking to move up. He's going to get cut down. XP continue to send reinforcement after reinforcement towards the point. Fabuloso, good for a second. And now they can start to rain hellfire on towards B.
And they sure can. Got that presence to be able to push themselves past bus stop. The corner needs to be checked, though. Watch out for player number 3 is Fabuloso. He's got the HSO shotgun. He actually gives away his life a little bit early. Is going to be Coldest. It sets up wonderfully for the collapse, but they don't have enough respawns to be able to play the CDM, Brody.
And 6 versus 2. Looks like XP might have done enough here to win this on lives. Dakota trying to keep the conversation hot at least. Players on the point. Gets shut down by Fabuloso. Now just down to Noisy with the Tundra. If any weapon could probably give you the Tundra, but you got to stop the ticks from going their way. Noisy gets gifted a second. Now the 1 versus 3. Multitude of ways to look, and it's just too much for Noisy. He can't get it done. XPE, how about that for a start here on Crossfire Control? They get the offensive win.
I just don't like their re-entry out of UnMythic Dream to try to get back in towards that already A control zone. I mean, they've lost out on the trades. And then the moment that you got 3 players stacked on towards that zone, you just set yourself up for utter failure. Fabuloso is going to rip the War Machine, as ceremonious as it is here for control rounds. Going in towards the second, they will have that luxury off of winning the first.
Okay. Immediate util coming out here from both teams. War Machine from Noisy. What's it going to get you? Already 1 kill to his name. Now looking to try and deal with the players that are getting past. Legacy would be a nice one to take down, and he does. Legacy, of course, got a couple of kills with the Sparrow beforehand. Now Noisy looking for more value. Going to find it. Trying to create a lot of space. And while all that's happening here, the second tick is already through on towards A. UG. Can he go for a last-minute save? Now he's just playing for exit frags instead. With a couple of bullets with the Tempest. More kills being found out here by UMD as well. So this has been a pretty phenomenal start on the whole for UMD. They're still doing the players full sending themselves towards the point here proper, but is it a blue feed? I think XP might have overreached here.
Yeah, I think they might have, because I mean now you're going to be swinging this life lead. Just what was so good for XPE might have been feeling themselves just a little bit too much, but luckily enough they rectify what could have gone really situationally out of hand. Coldest, oh yeah, buddy. Oh, we caught that one live. Not too sure how many family-friendly monitors that needs to reach, but golly, what a turn and burn there with the machine pistol. Pocket SMG, as we like to coin it here, but no bus stop control off of that 3-4 dead, so UMD gonna have to do it the hard way, and just as soon as I talk about it, they're doing it.
Hey, UMD really starting to push their way up the map here. Do you want to invest at this point? You're in a 17v10. You don't necessarily need to. Fabuloso trying to play Overwatch with a sniper rifle. Jisui gonna have to get off the point here now as you lose your teammates. That's unfortunate. That is a full yellow feed for XPE. Now they can start to regain some modicum of back control here. Life differential now just down to 3 between these two teams. XP trying to find a way up the map. Rihan, couple of kills to his name. Legacy watching the close door. UMD looking to push up here. Legacy gets tagged. Going to have to back up in towards the corner. Util going out to try and push Legacy out of the play, but there's now double trophy set up down to stop that Util from going through. Legacy out of the play regardless. Now 8 versus 6 in terms of lives proper. 55 seconds on the clock here, and UMG, they're going to slow a little bit down, especially as more kills come through.
Yeah, you can see the hesitation, especially out of UMD. They do not want to give up any more lives, but it's their hesitation that might be their downfall. Trying to find an opening. Fabuloso has the paper plane to push them up further forward. They're just trying to play the trades, now 5v4.
Got numbers for XP to close out this round. Things were looking so positive at one point for UMD. They just have not been able to capitalize whatsoever on the map control that they had. Still possible. Two kills coming through now. Now making it 2 versus 3. Towards the point you lose Puedas, and of course Indra's already made a bit of noise. You do have a DM in the back pocket. The Green Goblin Mask is calling. Do you want to pull it out in this situation? Maybe you don't need to. Machine Pistol good for the first. Last couple of players are isolated away from one another, but I don't know if he's aware of Legacy's position. He was not. Legacy makes that positioning known, and it is another round here for XPE.
Yeah. Being able to flip that life lead again, it's just these very small moments. Like UMD were able to revert the pressure. They were able to capture over towards that A zone. But XPE found that handful of kills on rotation over towards the bus stop area, and that's all they really needed. Not to overextend once again, righting the wrongs of what happened to lose that captured zone. Now we go in towards what could be the final round here for Control for XPE to guarantee a map number 4.
And there's all of these kills coming through from UnMythic Dream. They really needed a dominant round like this, and that's why you're seeing the triple investment of Ops. But now it's just the Anite left alive in the moment. 6 life differential. They've thrown something like this before. Shisui not allowing that, though. He's getting kill after kill coming through on the spawns, and albeit these spawns have changed, it's not as easy to spawn trap teams here on Crossfire. It doesn't look like it the way that Shisui is playing with that Annihilator. Another kill for Kim, and the life differential, surely this one is insurmountable.
Yeah, it's just looking a little bit too far out of reach, but we have seen things be scammed before. Some would say even inside this very control map. I said that. That was me, actually. Predator Missile getting called in for Shisui should be the nail in the coffin. Equalizer being invested for Legacy. And a 21v11 was the kill margin between these two, or the lives department, excuse me, but you be the decider there in the comment section or even in the chat on whether that was a good call or not. This is all but inevitable to Brody's point. This is where things get scary, though. I mean, Coldus, he's got an operator. UG will have one, plus not only the paper plane, but he will also have a Pred missile going in towards the next round. UMD very much so might be in the driver's seat to swing this into a round 5.
Yeah, I don't know about the utility usage coming out really from XP, even from UnMythic Dream to a certain extent here. You're in a 2v12 now. It's all a formality at this point. Fabuloso trying to put some nice shots in, give us a clip to work with towards the end of the round. It's not going to happen. But yeah, I mean, you talk about, I think it was Legacy, right, brought out his. It's like we don't necessarily need to be doing that, right? Come out as strong in the next round, save all your util. You can afford to lose a round when you're 2-0 up here on Crossfire Control. Now you're in a situation where you have less in ops, at very least, compared to UMD. You do have a couple of streaks to work with, though, if you are UG. Straight off the start of this round, UnMythic Dream trying to make a move forward through the middle of the map. Fabuloso going to push through. Only going to find one. Legacy trying to trade things off. Coldus going to take a player out from the A building. Now Puedas can push them up. Looking for some map control with the Tempest. This is a great utilization of the Tempest play coming through from Puedas, trying to create a lot of space for your team. You're whiffing shots left, right, and center, though, and that is not a good Tempest.
Definitely hoping for a little bit more value than what just we got on our screens, that's for sure. Death Machine now in tow for Coldus. Plenty of bullets left in that hose to make his presence felt. Noisy also has a War Machine on the opposite side in response and finds the kill on the aforementioned DM players. So UMD, I mean, they're trailing in lives currently by 1, but they're still working in the segment. Look at the space.
Yeah, he is gone. It's all about now transitioning. XP, to be fair, last time around, you got to remember that they actually gave up a lot of space to UMD early on in the transition. They might be doing the same thing again. Puedas has just bullied his way straight in towards B. He's looking for more kills. UG looking to try and get some kills on the cross here. Puedas now the only player to get through, and he's been dealt with simultaneously. UG now starting to heat up with the Tempest over by where A used to be. And slowly, XP, they are clawing their map control back. Coldest for a couple of kills. Puedas, can he do anything through Delhi? No, it's a full yellow feed. And it feels like a map number 4 is starting to beckon.
Starting to be that call. Unless something magical can come out of these last 9 lives for UnMythic Dream. These last 7 lives of UnMythic Dream. Fabuloso, he's got the War Machine already. He can smell the blood in the water. There is time to make this work, but there's just not enough presence. There's not enough space on the map to be able to play for trades.
Now Rehan looking to formalize it. Doesn't get sniped off. Dakota following up with another one, but all of this to say, it does just feel like inevitability at this point, doesn't it? Indra being forced to use his Death Machine in the worst possible position, straight out of the middle of the map. Not entirely sure about that one, Chief, but he's going to get cut down regardless. And now just down to Dakota for what would be one of the most phenomenal plays we've ever seen in the pro Call of Duty mobile circuit. 1v13. Let's do it. Let's do it. Nope, not gonna happen. It is over. XPE, take the control. They are not dead yet.
Nope, at least guaranteeing a map number 4, extending this series to go again. But, I mean, what a dominating way to be able to do so. UnMythic Dream had every ounce of opportunity and every reason to be able to win that first round. Like, you go back through it, like, they were able to get the retake back over towards A, but the moment that they overextended, that they lost the 4 lives defending it, that's when they scammed. And that's when the momentum was truly in the back pockets of XPE going in towards the second round where XPE were able to close things out on live and the 2v1 got close. But it's just these very slight moments that UnMythic Dream just, their eyes got way bigger than their stomach and just kind of handed it to XPE for Coldest to go 30 and 24, 27 and 18 out of Fabuloso. XPE not done yet.
Yeah, something that both teams were doing, I think, pretty consistently there through that control was actually getting a lot more B control off of an A capture than I would generally speaking expect to see teams get on Crossfire. And I think XP just a little bit better at converting off the back of that, right? I think for sure we go back to that round number 1 where XP were managed to get that offensive victory. It was just about making sure you actually converted with the B control that you did have. UnMythic Dream, I think, you know, on their offenses off the back of the A capture, it felt a little bit individual. I think in the penultimate round there, I think it was Puedas that managed to push through. Or it might have even been that final round where Puedas managed to get through. He gets a couple of kills, but he just has no backup. You have absolutely no help in that situation, and it needs to be a bit more of a concerted effort there from UnMythic Dream in terms of getting some modicum of control over the objective. So, XP, finally some life in this series proper. That's what we wanted to see.
That's exactly what we want to be able to see. Again, this is your third representative. They just sealed their ticket with a 3-0 win over Rejects just a few moments ago, leading in towards this lower final matchup. Completion of this series, and if you are the victor, means that you will be in a top 1 seed matchup versus TLE, not to mention the $5,000 difference in between first and second place. But the $2,000 difference in between second and third is very much so what is still on the lines, and it's setting up things for a map number 4, Hacienda Hardpoint. This was map number 1 for XPE in their best of 5 map set when they just completely dismantled Rejects, that they didn't even have a time, did Rejects, to be able to set up any sort of macro play whatsoever. It was Rion in that moment of time, because of course it was, constantly talking about the kid throughout the entirety of the series. He went 51 and 24 in that map number 1, Brody, and if there's anything that we were able to see from that map number 1 in continuing in towards that map number 3, that guy's ready to play.
Yeah, I mean, Rehan did not have a good last map, right? Let's be clear about it. He dropped, like, I think it's 10 and 22 looking back towards that game. Rehan needs to show up here in this map number 4 for sure. And that's something that was so successful for them. You know, going back towards that map number 1 against Rejects, he played out of his damn mind. We loved watching Rehan play that one. But even beyond that as well, beyond just an individual performance, it was the entirety of the squad proper where they were all playing very, very well as a team. I mentioned it. I was gassing them up coming out of that game. We can talk kind of to death about Rejects maybe not watching kind of the right lanes through that Hacienda Hardpoint, but XP played really well as a team. Obviously, Rehan was there. Obviously, they were winning the slaying battles, but just the way that they were holding Hardpoint was really promising. I will say that's something that was weaker going back to that Apocalypse Hardpoint, and I know that Apocalypse is just an absolute chaos show of a map sometimes. Like, it really can be just like, there's not really much room for team play outside of like the P4 and the P2 on that map. But yeah, it does just feel like maybe that was less so there on the Apocalypse Hardpoint. If they can figure that out proper, we could be in here for a Game 5 in this series.
Very much so could be. Again, Hacienda is a map mode combination that has been quite well for XPE throughout the entirety of this tournament. Of course, recency bias is certainly there, but you even go in towards their matchup yesterday. The Slums Hardpoint versus TLE had a couple of bright moments. Hacienda Hardpoint was taken away. Maybe TLE were more than aware of what other teams are certainly late or willing to ego chow them on, because Hacienda Hardpoint, especially for that opening series, was absolutely a spectacle. From XPE's perspective. Still waiting for the players to start lobbying up here if you're watching at home. Hope you're enjoying the competition in XPE, at least extending the series to be able to see a map 4. We did get at least one of those yesterday, Brody, but the NA region just constantly just nipping at the ankles as far as showcasing their talents and abilities, especially given what we're building them up for. You know, Europe, we were already talking about how they have been unable to showcase their talents and abilities on the international stage. North America is certainly right there with them as well, and they got 3 representatives, so we're going to be rather critical.
Yeah, definitely. I think NA, we talk big picture here about, right, cool, from what we've seen over the last couple of days, that I don't want to be that hypercritical guy, right? Obviously, we can sit here as commentators. We're not the ones sitting there twiddling our thumbs playing the game. But, we do have to talk about NA in terms of, all right, cool, is the gameplay we've seen today and yesterday good enough come champs? Obviously, that question is going to be answered in a couple of months. Obviously, regardless of what we're seeing here, they're going to have a couple of months to figure things out. But still, I don't know. There are certain points where maybe they're not as consistent. I already mentioned, even going back to like Crossfire Control, there are things they're doing on transition from A to B that you would never see teams at the top do, and so there's definitely room for improvement. Either way, again, a reminder, folks, that every single team you see from this point on, through this match, and of course in the grand finals, have already booked their express ticket to Katowice for the 2025 World Championships. Of course, 3 teams going from North America. It's just about getting as high a seed as humanly possible, and both UMD and XP want to have a good start to World Championships in November. So winning this match is crucial. Winning this map is crucial for XP to keep their hopes and dreams alive.
Well, let's put it this way. If you win this map for UMD, you guarantee yourself at least 2nd seed. That raises your chances to be able to make some impact once we do get to Katowice. But XPE trying to force it into a firing range search and destroy. And, well, if there's any consideration from that opening kill feed and the 2 kills that XPE got from the opening salvo, not a convincing argument so far.
Yeah, UMD starting very strong on this one. Wanted to see XP flying out of the gate. Shisui trying to put a little route together behind enemy lines. At the moment, he's been kind of useless, going back and forth between P1 and Lobby. Back towards the hard point he goes, off the back of his teammates dying. Now looking for the route up top. Shisui going to convert for the double, and already penetrating the backline here is Shisui, looking for more. We'll be able to play his life back for the slide. Chow and Legacy is going to take him out of the play. So despite that little play call from Shisui, doesn't quite feel about the spawns just yet.
Well, you still got well pressure surmounting now for UMD. Shisui loves himself a good route, and his teammates are able to pick up from where the other places were needed to be gone from. And Shisui off the respawn block immediately finds himself in the next 2 kills. He's already up to 7 for crying out loud. P2 just pops. XPE playing their corners ever so wisely. They got players still spawning over inside of the foyer. And it's going to be a scramble to be able to find some numbers, of which UMD finally able to get their numbers in their favor, and they're aware of the driveway spawns.
Yeah, driveway spawns now coming through. Poetus able to get a quick double through the side door. Now 3 players. Indra with the car bomb gets a double. And that's going to be UnMythic Dream holding here for the moment. Now Dakota wanting to push out forward in towards Lobby. That's not going to happen. Poetus with a Type 63 beaming down the back line, but towards the point. Players are starting to fall left, right, and center. XtreM Pe now managing to break on through. Still 25 seconds of time worth fighting for. UnMythic Dream, do you want to pop an off gear towards this time? Well, Noisy actually does. The War Machine, I don't know if he gets the charge back off the back of that, but regardless, that is an investment coming through from Noisy for UnMythic Dream. It might well work out for the back 10 seconds. Coldest still fighting for the scrap time and does pick up that second gunfight, but still, investment coming out from UnMythic Dream. They wanted that scrap time. They don't get it.
And now look at all the operators that are ready for XPE here on the rotation. They might need it as well. Equalizer, Sparrow for Legacy. And here comes Fabuloso. Therefore, the triage of the War Machine now. Gotta be able to find value here because it's a 40-point deficit off of just the opening first 2 hills. And if you remember going back to that APOC map number 1, Brody, it was that quick lead that came through in the first set that just became insurmountable at the end.
XP want to get a lot of time here. Smokes down, as there always is. Indra and Shisui going to combine for 3, though. Double investment being made from UnMythic Dream as well to get control of this hard point. Noisy trying to get the players off before they can get forward towards the hill. Indra now going to move forward with the Death Machine in towards Tin, looking for more kills. Good for the kill on towards Rehan. Now more players potentially coming past for XPE. They're all coming from that top side. Nobody is watching for UnMythic Dream, and that's going to enable XPE to get players in towards the time. But just as I say it, it's 3 blue kills in the feed. It's a full feed for UnMythic Dream, and they once again get the better look of a hard point over XPE.
40-point lead now over towards P4 we go. Pick a corner, any corner. There's still players missing from this setup. Initially, you got Yuji. He's shooting players in the butt, trying to get over towards this rock hill, and sets up Coldest here with the DM to walk through the open staircase. Legacy gets the information off the Predator missile, and Coldest is absolutely feasting. Finds himself on a 5 spree before he finally gets put down. Dakota answers back with 2. Coldest off the Predator missile should keep things honest over towards this new hill, but still Noisy. Puedes, they find themselves the kills, and they're able to posture on the new time.
Yeah, Coldest actually gets that Predator missile out, and there wasn't even a trophy that stops it. He simply whiffs the players onto the point. So UMD, now a good look. Once again, having to fight back towards the time. Fabuloso trying to hold Noisy for 4 in a row. Has the War Machine back again if he wants it. Of course, overclock is going to mean that he's going to get it pretty much every minute or so. Now towards the time. Claw out from Dakota. How much damage can you do? Nothing. Cold is going to slide him out. Going to leave just 1 on the point. That was Noisy, who is going to get shut down. Does get the Predator missile before he goes. But still, 10 seconds left, and Yuji's actually going to invest the Tempest in towards this scrap time. You can really feel right now, Proper, the way that XPE, they're kind of fighting for as much time as they possibly can get to stay just in contention with UnMythic Dream here in this hardpoint.
Rank play reactions. I have a resource, gotta use it. I'm in a good position. I can find value with it, but doesn't really feel like the things are coupling along together. That's making these big 50-point swings. Like, look, the Predator missile gets called in. Puedes now with the Tempest, like he pushes through the upper hallways in towards the spawns where he finds himself on a 4 spree. And that's just the little bit of type what we're talking about, man. Like resource being used, space being provided, kills then ringing on through, and look at the lead as it continues to grow.
This is an important hard point. You've got to salvage as much time as humanly possible here. You don't have top play control just yet. This is going to bring that Predator missile down. There's not actually a trophy to prevent it, so that's going to be Coldest isolated in towards that scrap time, and, well, it gets even worse as well as Indra picks up 2 huge gunfights towards the rotation. You're giving scrap time up, you're giving Roto as well. This is the moment, Proper, where things start to look a little bit bleak for XPE. It's a full blue feed. UnMythic Dream now starting to get hot.
The crossfire control was so good. Is this really all you have to offer for XPE here on this championship Sunday? Is this all that you have to walk away with before we start talking about the 2 months in between now and Katowice? Only time will tell. From the inside will be UMD. War Machine for Noisy now in towards the water. Direct impact there onto Legacy, but Rehan's got the equalizers out. He finds himself up to 4, but he's the last player alive. He's able to find himself now up to 5, and now the spawns have flipped for XPE. They'll eclipse triple digits, but they just need a hold.
Rehan playing now very well. 24 kills to his name. Top frag into the squad. Coldest now going to bring Death Machine out to play. You've got to find some value here. Coldest good for the first. Traded out by Indra. Indra looking to double up. Not going to happen. Rehan will find 2. And that is XP holding here for the back 20 seconds of time. No driveway control just yet. UMD able to take a look at the hard point, but it feels a little bit lackluster. Only Noisy finding any value for UnMythic Dream here. Dakota and Paredes trying to find the scrap time. That's not going to happen as Fabuloso looks to hold, and XPE will now be knocking at the door here of UMD. They are just 30 points behind as we go to the chaotic kill that is Fences.
Operators online. She Sweep might be the first one to pull things out. Puedes does have a Tempest, so not the highest amount of impact, but any sort of combinations on the opposite side might not even be required because the gunny's out of Coldest. The XM4 able to find 2. Rion's right there to be able to find the 3rd, and well, there's the space now provided. Coldest was able to find himself 2 there with a Hunter Killer drone. And now you've got the more favorable position, but again, look at the space that's not even there for XP. You got top plat control, just trying to play for the timing off of the angles being held over by Fences.
Now, you know where UMG are coming from. Rogue Spawn coming through from Shisui. Does that disrupt things even slightly? I think it might do, actually. Some shots coming in from Shisui gives Dakota a chance towards the hard point. Unfortunately, none of those kills are going their way. Now just down to Noisy and Paredes. The latter is still alive. No longer the case. UMD fighting to keep XP out of the time, and as Shisui and Noisy combine for 3, that is exactly what happens now. They will get the scrap. They will maintain their advantage at about 40 points or so. We go towards the next hard point. We know how competitive this one can be. Shisui trying to get some kills in the transition, catches both of those players off guards. That will make things easier, but Paredes has too much to do on the rotation. UG will be the first player to touch.
34 eliminations for Paredes. Here comes the combination Shisui was so patient for. Has the equalizer claw up top. Shisui looking to change positions. It's gonna go down bottom secret. They're not really aware of it, but you can feel the safety net because of the claw still operating over towards the P4 side. Paredes now, he gets himself in towards the mix there with the Tempest Death Machine to seal the deal at the end. Might be an over investment, but it's 200 points nonetheless.
Yeah, at this point, you are just investing as much as possible to keep XP out of the time. Never mind what the time you're getting yourselves, and you're seeing that with the way that everything is now coming out to play for UnMythic Dream. Indra, you know where the player's going to be spawning from, and now all you're doing is burning through every single one. 2 kills for Indra. UnMythic Dream pushing forward. Shisui getting aggressive, looking for the third. Will be denied. That was a 5 spree for Kim. UnMythic Dream really starting to feel themselves now as they want to close out this game.
Yeah, they sure do. They can smell blood in the water, though XPE, they might have a resource advantage going back towards the center of the map. Is that enough? Is it going to be good enough? Because they just cannot find the kills. Paredes, he's up to 43 eliminations. This guy's been on fire in this series.
XP, get Indra out of this hill as quick as possible. EMP out. Indra gonna get taken down. No idea how they've got an EMP. That might just be a regular EMP. No, it actually is an EMP. I have no idea how that's happened. Regardless, XPE here now looking for something, whatever they possibly can get, with 16 points left away from victory. Rihan going to get the equals out. Is it going to get anything? No, you're denied. Shisui gets an easy peasy lemon squeezy frag on towards Yuji, and more going UMD's way. XPE, you got to go now, otherwise your tournament lives are over and the grand final is out of reach. They try to get in towards the hard point. 5 points away are UMD. Predator missile down from the heavens from Shisui. UG, the only one to find any value. Dakota, that could be the final blow. And it will be. UMD to the grand finals you go for a rematch with TLE.
And we'll get that rematch here quite emphatically. The control, though, the immediate question marks, but their hard point undeniable. It's all off of their P1. They are able to get that 30-point lead, and it just felt like that XPE in this map number 4, Brody, were constantly playing off the back foot. They were always trailing far from behind. And whether it was a resource advantage from the operators or it just was the sheer gunning and capability of converting that into time, XPE just could not show up in the hard points versus UnMythic Dream.
Just raw slaying power there in that second hard point for UnMythic Dream. So many hard points where it just really did feel like that they got the better of XP over and over again. And one of those things that we were always going to revisit here in Call of Duty Mobile is going to be the ops. It looked like XP just felt like they were behind in that category more often than not. I couldn't really kind of talk about a single op where I was like, yeah, that's the op where XP managed to get full hill control, where I could talk about countless times where the equals or the DM or the war machine for UnMythic Dream found so much value for the roster. Very rarely did they waste them. And of course it helps when Paredes is dropping 48 freaking kills in a hard point. That guy was going nuts. He was just roaming the map, and you can tell because he only got 26 seconds in the hard point. Doesn't matter though. That guy providing so much space for the roster. UnMythic Dream, they're in the grands.
Shisui went 41 and 18. He had 11 less deaths, but he had more time inside the hardpoint. Impact is so weird to me in Call of Duty Mobile. Tom, welcome back, man. It wasn't a 3-0, but that crossfire control, I'm sure, had you questioning, should you make a cup of coffee?
I didn't make myself a cup of coffee in the end. I was holding firm just purely because what we've seen from UMD and the other two maps. Yeah, okay, they search and destroy a little bit close, but other than that, just kind of told me that they really need to work on their control, because otherwise, pretty solid all around, realistically speaking. XPE, I think, have given us something. At least, you know, their search and destroy prowess look probably relatively decent, managing to get themselves to Katowice, but they still do need to make that step, and we'll need to do some preparation from that. But yeah, we kind of get the matchup we thought we were going to get at the beginning of the day, which is UMD taking on TLE once again, and a really good performance from UnMythic Dream, get the job done. But yeah, control needs some work, man.
Brody, we go back through the entirety of that series. There was one name that continuously jumped off the page, and it would be easy to say Shisui, but you feel like you can only talk about the top performer to talk about the setup guy, right? And it always feels like that Puedes was constantly being that guy in the back line, just layering in the damage, whether it was the sniper rifles, the Tempest, the Type 19 single rated fire, or the XM4. That guy was shooting nukes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, he was just constantly going off, man. I think that the Search and Destroy in particular, that's when we knew that he was going to play the biggest role. We talk about what worked for XP previously in the last series, and it was Rihan, right? You know, winning those opening snipes. There was a lot more denial coming through, specifically from Puedes, where, right, look, he wasn't hitting his shot every single time, but he was always getting a second or a third look, and he wouldn't miss then. And just that kind of control for a guy like Puedes is everything that you need for sure. I think come champs, he's going to be a guy that this roster is going to need to look out for. He is going to be constantly a player that you're going to be relying on to bring slaying power to the table, and you're going to need that against some of the best in Katowice.
Well, let's talk about it even as far as regionally is concerned here, Ton, because it's not just as far as getting over the proverbial hump that is the international stage. You still got to try to win a map against TLE Esports, because you go against them yesterday in that winners finals, and outside of the hardpoint and pushing it to the overtime and the search and destroy, they left with a massive whimper in that takeoff control. You have to win one of the first two maps.
Yeah, it's going to be a struggle being 1-0 down pretty much immediately anyway, and then control being such a big factor. It's going to be tough for them. They're really going to have to step it up. The veto process is going to be interesting. Obviously, we'll be referencing that when we do get there, but yeah, it's still a tall order based on what we've seen yesterday. TLE just seemed to have their number. Yes, okay, there was that close search and destroy around here or there, then maybe, you know, you're talking a little bit different, but realistically speaking, it is going to be tough for them. I think they maybe would have liked that to be a little more convincing, especially I think getting a control underneath their belt would have felt nice there heading into a grand final. But now their backs are absolutely going to be against the wall coming from the losers bracket side of things, but anything is relatively possible. So let's see what they can do. There was some close maps yesterday, as mentioned, so it's still possible for them to try and turn this one around from the lower side.
Well, as far as top four is concerned, UnMythic Dream have yet to win a single control. That includes their series versus Rejects yesterday and even versus XPE. A lot of consideration as far as the best of 5 map set is concerned. I'm sorry, the best of 6 is concerned, because we are giving that 1-0 advantage over to TLE for a grand finals appearance. Both these two teams will be in Katowice, but how do they fare versus each other after watching the VOD? We'll have all of those questions answered on the other side of this break. It is grand finals for stage 4 in North America.
Can't lose face cause I'm coming in heavy. No filler, top of the tower. Crank to 11, now we're hitting full power. Beat slapping, gotta keep up cause there ain't no lagging. Settling into the early hour. Not giving up till we're hitting full power. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Pick up the pace cause it's not enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up, full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up. La 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 la. Pump, 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 pump. you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up, full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up.
Hey, can I be a little outlandish for a sec? Yeah. What I gotta do to get y'all respect? Give me the microphone, 1, 2, check. What you gonna do? And let me go and run it, I'ma run up the check. Stay light on my feet, flow like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Tell you guys how you ain't outsourcing me. Said you want extra, it ain't gonna be cheap.
Say what?
We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Finna go all out, finna go all out.
Say what?
How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey.
On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. There ain't no explaining that, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. Ain't no I go extra hard and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what?
Like you ain't heard me the first time, or you ain't see it with your third eye. I'm always ready like every time. Show and tell 'em my preferred style. I like jeans with a little bit of rip in the denim. Shows you how long I've been in 'em. Back and forth, I ain't gotta tell 'em. Take this work, now go sell it.
Say what?
We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Finna go all out, finna go all out.
Say what?
How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey.
On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. There ain't no explaining that, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. Ain't no I go extra hard and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what? Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, okay, I've been at the bottom, let it down from the top, I can't let them freeload, I got hit on my plug, we got so much to do, I gotta reload, let me call you tomorrow, I got tests when I'm finished, but I keep it moving, if I stop in the process, you gon' run out my time, I need it, it's crucial, it's life in the top of the mountains, where eagles will ride, how they find me, it's higher than ever, you can let fast, so run me, get down, get minute, I pressure, I've been on the way, I got no time to look back, and my family's gon' need some more cheddar, so let's get it poppin', told me to put up a setup, you should not, but never been better, you gon' let it calcify, bumpin', I'm crossing the line, we ready to sign, yeah, oh, can't get out of my way, they should know what a vagina, yeah, oh, don't want me swallowing my teeth, might have some blood on my tooth, yeah, oh, I kinda settle the beef, so Lord, forget what I do, I'm at the top, yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than never, yeah, might have to settle like calling for all my endeavors, yeah, I ain't gon' slut on you tweaking, you know I don't let up, yeah, so Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than never, yeah, might have to settle like calling for all my endeavors, yeah, I ain't gon' slut on you tweaking, you know I don't let up, yeah, so Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah, Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah, Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah, Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah, Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. I'm loyal to the till I die, I don't switch sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and I didn't get as fast, do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and we don't get as fast, do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late to it, I'm getting as far as do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't
don't stop. Get it right, it just keeps on coming. Tell me if you've had enough. So good, it's got you stepping this way. Yeah. My problems, I'm leaving at the door. Give it a good
Right now I need it. Yeah, it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Spent too much on the wrist on me. Man upstairs, never diss on me. Way too many bands, it's a lick on me. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Take it easy, baby. If you need a baby, I be singing songs like I'ma need a baker. I'ma need a baker for what I'm cooking, baby. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I'm ballin', finna go pro. Yeah, I'm kicking it in a dojo. Make a movie, get a GoPro. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All my goals, I'ma hit them all. Mama told me go hard. Now I'm outside finna ball. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. You can hang tight. Yeah. Cause it's game time.
Nobody can my pain. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. We move with intention. It's automatic. Don't need no direction. But I hold to slow motion. When you're around me, it's like holding up the ocean. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. In and out. In and out. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the third and final match here for Championship Sunday out of Stage 4 North America. My name is Proper. Joined with me is Ton and Brody, and we got to see who is going to be the #1 seed going into Katowice in November's time. Again, that is what all things are pointing towards. Here's the bracket, how things currently were shaken up, and how we currently reside. TLE Esports will have a 1-0 lead going in towards this grand finals over on Mythic Dream, Brody.
Yeah, TLE, of course, that is the nature of the way that the best of 7 format, this double elimination format works, is you've got to have some kind of advantage from that upper bracket matchup. So TLE will be walking into this best of 7 grand finals with a 1-0 lead. And of course, that is off their 3-0 victory in the upper bracket final. Briefly talking about it, though, it's worth saying, I think this is one of those 3-0s where, at face value, it's like, oh, it's a 3-0. They must have ran through UnMythic Dream. Well, that's not actually true. All of the maps in that series were more or less very, very close. TLE, they really had to fight for that 3-0. So I think coming into this grand finals, albeit TLE, they've got an advantage. I don't think it's as easy as some people might think of a victory.
Well, we'll have to be able to see if there's anything to bounce back as we have the rosters now popping up here for us. Ton, you had a very inquisitive look on your face. Do you think Brody is just talking out of his arse more than usual, or do you think that there's some legitimacy behind it?
No, I was actually just curious of why I looked so dark, but other than that, no, it's fine. He was actually speaking a lot of sense, in fairness to him. It happens every now and then. But I think, realistically, TLE coming into this will absolutely still be the favourites. But UnMythic Dream, I think it's nice for them to get that game underneath their belt just in their previous matchup. But again, control's going to be the big problem. We're going to talk about the videos when we do get there in a second. We've had a little flick through, but control is going to be the big problem in the grand scheme of things, I think, for them. You can't imagine that TLE aren't going to pick up a couple other maps other than that. They only need 3 realistically. So yeah, let's see how it's going to go down. But UnMythic Dream, for all they've had that game, and will have a little bit of momentum behind them, their backs are still firmly against the wall.
Sure are, and as we do have the vetoes more than prepared for us, Brody, we got to see the EU showcasing as far as the 6 maps that are in tow for a grand finals. The 1-0 lead that you do have from the winners bracket side, not always something you can lean on to be able to win a best of 6 series.
The one thing I always say with these sort of situations is that you have a lot of momentum coming from the lower brackets, so that 1-0 advantage can be gone in a flash, although that didn't happen over in Europe. So looking at the best of 6 map set, or best of 7 I should say, map set, of course with a 1-0 series lead, I think there's some interesting things. Obviously I know Tom was already talking about the control situation. I'll let him chat about that a little bit more in depth. I think the big thing for me, we're going to pick up this best of 7 with that Apocalypse Hardpoint. We just saw this from UnMythic Dream in the lower bracket final. They managed to take this map away. They looked pretty good on this one as well. So I think this would be good for them, right? In terms of, starting off the series with a lot of momentum, getting that Apocalypse Hardpoint win could be big for them to continue on and actually try and win this grand final against TLE.
Son, you were talking a lot about the controls. We will have 2 of them as far as this best of 7 is concerned.
Well, and the point being is something we kind of made a point of in the previous series. UnMythic Dream have not won one over these last 2 days. So, I mean, that's pretty telling in absolute fairness. They played 3 games, haven't won a single control, and there's 2 of them in this technical best out of 6. Yeah, it's going to be an issue for them. A takeoff being one of them that they previously lost up against TLE pretty convincingly, if I remember correctly. And Raid, okay, yeah, it's the most clinical, classical, fundamental control map that we have. So that is a telling story to me that that's 2 maps that they're probably not going to win. I know it's a grand final. It's very, very difficult to just sort of lay that on the line, but I mean, the statistics are there. Control is their worst game mode. They're going to have a very good start to this one. I need to see them win Apocalypse on Hardpoint. I need to see them win map number 2 in standoff if they want a chance here, which is doable. Search and Destroy especially, but realistically, they need to come out the gate swinging or they're going to be struggling to see a map 5 or 6.
Yeah, and if I could,
Metropolis was taken away from this one, Brody. Again, that was the one map that they actually got incredibly close to taking off of TLE yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. Kurhana needed to be gone. Absolutely, just get it out of there, especially with what we saw earlier on in that last best of 7. I do want to jump on that control point, though, real quick as well, because I think it's really important to note that the way that these teams have actually played the control pick and ban is like, it's been really smart, I think, from TLE's perspective. Obviously, the way that you guys get it, you can see that there are no bans in the control category. The reason for that is because teams just pick them. There's only 3 control maps, and so the first pick pretty much always goes to TLE. TLE are going to go ahead and pick, and the pick that they went for was actually Raid, and the reason they did that was because A, they are a godlike takeoff team, and B, you've got the other map in the kind of pat pool, which is Crossfire Control, and you guys saw UnMythic Dream play that quite badly against XP, right? I mean, it was the one map in that best of 5 that they ended up losing. So in picking Raid, they kind of give a pick your poison situation from UnMythic Dream, where it's just like, well, all right, you're either going to pick Takeoff, our best map, or you're going to pick Crossfire, which is inarguably your worst map on control. Just really good picking, I think, on the whole there from UnMythic Dream. It just makes that control situation even worse.
Well, we'll have to see how it all pans out as all players are now ready to get inside the lobby. It's been quite some time for TLE, man. They were sitting there watching, okay, who's going to be the 3rd team for North America to finally join us in Katowice, and then they had to watch UnMythic Dream versus XPE, and now finally they can load in towards this lobby. What does that do to a player's mental, Ton? Do you think that TLE are going to be affected by this, or they're going to be ready to come in guns blazing?
I think TLE will remember that they just 3-0'd them yesterday, and that will give them plenty confidence. I think as well, they were given a decent enough game there on Mythic Dream, and I think that, yeah, it's not necessarily been a long night for them by any stretch, but you can kind of take it 2 different ways. Yes, okay, they got the win, and you think, okay, the momentum is there. I even made that point myself. But then you can also say it's that the mental tiredness that can start to kick in. Okay, they've only played 1 series. These guys will be used to sitting there playing hours and hours and hours and hours, but you're fresh coming into it. You know what you need to do. You've had the opportunity to watch them play today already, knowing what they're going to do on some certain maps that, well, okay, maybe aren't in early doors here, but yeah, it's still a pretty level playing field outside of the 1-0 that the advantage that TLE obviously do have.
Out of all 3 of the maps that were taken off of them yesterday, the only one that we will see is Takeoff, pun absolutely intended, but we got to reach that map number 5 first, and as we were continuing to point and set this up on a pedestal, Brody, it's got to be a map 1 or 2 win. What we got out for a lot of these players out of XPE within that previous series, or UnMythic Dream, excuse me, was a lot of slaying prowess and being able to meet the pace with a pedal to the absolute floor. Do you think that's going to be here for TLE? Because it was certainly missing in that first set of hardpoints on Summit yesterday.
Yeah, I think TLE, it's an interesting conversation, right? I mean, obviously we know they've got some massive slayers on their roster. You know, I think S-Thug is one of those guys that we were always talking about, you know, where he's going to show up and play. It's just whether or not they're going to be coming in cold to this, whether or not they are going to be slaying. You mentioned their kind of hardpoint woes being like, all right, cool. Are they going to be like good in the hardpoint? Is the slaying going to be there? Are they going to be cold? There's a lot of questions, I think, around the slaying power. For me, it's about matching that slaying power on the other side, though. UnMythic Dream have been playing very damn well. You know, Shisui have been playing out of their minds in the hardpoints over the last couple of series. So I think for me, got to match that here going into this Apocalypse hardpoint. If you don't, talk about momentum game again, you're giving away the map number 1. You're giving away for UnMythic Dream to come into this series.
All right. Well, we're just about prepared to get underway here as far as our North America Grand Finals are concerned. Brody, we're going to get our last little snap predictions out of you. Does UnMythic Dream end up taking any map off of TLE?
All right, I'll cast a curse and mate. Yeah, TLE, they got this one in the bag. I'm going to see them take this hardpoint Apocalypse.
All right. Well, Brody, we'll get your thoughts and conclusions here at the end of what could be an absolute barn burner. Never mind. You might be stuck with us here for a little bit longer. So now that we finally got the clickbait underneath here for Brody, reasons being, why do you feel the way that you do? Explain.
Just for fun, really. I just don't like sitting on the fence. I find sitting on the fence quite a boring thing to do. If I was to do that, you know, just give you guys like a milquetoast 250, 249 answer, that wouldn't be fun, would it? So, honestly, I think it is going to be one of the situations where TLE are just a very strong roster, and I do think, again, it's like, look, they'll have watched Apocalypse Hardpoint in the last series for UnMythic Dream. They'll have put a lot of work into bodying this team. They'll be like, all right, cool. We know what to expect on Apocalypse Hardpoint. We know how to play around it, and they should be able to play around it on Apocalypse Hardpoint. So, yeah, I do feel like TLE are going to come here and put a stop to momentum pretty much right out the gate in frame 1.
Very much so the case. We'll have to be able to see what that ends up being. It happened so quickly talking about the rosters earlier, so I guess I'll get your opinions on this now, Ton. When it comes down to this TLE roster of what we got to see them yesterday, it happened so quickly off on our screen, total of 6 maps in total, but who was the biggest player that stepped out of the woodwork for you?
I think that's another hard one, isn't it? Because everybody on the roster was really stepping up when they need to. For me, I'm kind of looking at UnMythic Dream and who's going to step out for them. We know that TLE are going to bring everything they possibly can to the table as far as their teamwork goes. We've seen them be proficient across every single mode. I'm looking towards what Brody's just said for UnMythic Dream. Are they going to be able to have those players step up to the plate in this grand final situation once again? Are they going to be able to try and answer back to what TLE did to them yesterday? They're going to need good individual performances from their star boys once again. So yeah, we're gonna have to see from UnMythic Dream, I would say, rather than from TLE.
All right, well, we'll have to be able to see who is going to be stepping up to the absolute pace that is going to be set. I don't know. Is this clickbait this time around? I caught you with one before, Brody, so I don't want to say goodbye to you until I know for certainty that it's a so long partner. But I guess quick hits on the opposite side. Who's stepping up and dropping numbers for the side of UnMythic Dream?
Wait, Shishi, go.
All right. You heard it right here. Shisu he loves himself a good route ton. We'll have to see if he can find him here.
Well, let's see. We're into it now as TLE looking to defend their winners bracket advantage that they do have. They're currently up 1-0 in this series, in this best out of 7. The advantage they take in, will they need it though? Probably that's kind of what I'm curious about. It's coming into it. Yes, okay, UMD have had their start. They've had their day already. They found themselves in this grand final. Is that advantage going to help them, though? TLE shutting it down here to map number 1 would be a big statement, and I think would probably lead to the conclusion that we're all kind of coming to, in the sense that we think they should be able to take this one away.
We'll have to see. Starting off on the favorite side, at least trying to maintain it, are UnMythic Dream. They did a good job for being the outside looking in that matchup in the opening salvo of the APOC map 1 versus XPE, but see if they can hold things on strong. TLE are getting a lot of time off of P1, and they're quite content with this. They started off on this side of the map, and now they can start knocking down the door for P2.
Yeah, that's absolutely no problem for players and co, is it really? Nice 3-4 players dropping over towards this backside. Now TLE have got to do this the hard way. They've got some decent time off P1 though. That's not the end of the world, but as the hill will pop over towards the back ruins, it's a kill feed that looks really good for the side of UMD. Right, it's just still going. 9 kills to kick things off over the first hill and some of the second, but spawns now under contention. You see one player spawning out from the side of UMD. TLE now have an opportunity. They've broken through primarily, and Mausin will find one. Weather's trying to find a way back through, but a really good job from TLE to break that.
Malzini was definitely a player to be watching out for yesterday. Unravel was dropping numbers and setting pace as well. TLE, they get the late break. Still 30 seconds left to fight over here. Death Machine now for Saucy. And yeah, at that point, you might as well just chalk it. Shisui is able to at least find 2. But the smoke grenade kind of shrouds what is supposed to be an inevitable push. Pueda is able to find himself up to 3 in a row. But it's still not enough for the full-on break at the end. And once the dust finally settles, TLE are about to be at 70 points.
It's no problem for TLE whatsoever. You get some good time with P1. You don't have the rotation for P2. You come out fairly even. Not a problem at all. Rotation over towards P3. This one can be mixy. Let's see if any of these teams are going to try and make a break over towards the backside just to try and get the spawns for the upcoming hill. But fights ongoing. TLE just about winning out here. Operators starting to get up and running as well. And that's an important fact here as well to this point. UMD invested a little bit to try and keep a hold of the spawns over towards P2. Now TLE starting to bring in what they have as well. UMD, though, still have something to play with. They will find a way through. 35 seconds remaining here at P3. Now he's going to take himself down with a War Machine in hand. That is a fumble. 30 seconds to play for here. TLE could potentially find this break.
That's a knockdown the front door to be able to do it. UnMythic Dream, though, don't have the operators to be able to do it. And, well, TLE, they certainly have the presence on the map to do so. Unravel, slow start for the first 2 hills, but now he's up to 13 eliminations. Just 1 behind Saucy, up to 14. They are in towards the time. But most importantly, look at Malzine in his location on the map. He's not only anchoring out the spawns over by Useless, but he's also holding a long cross inside a chicken coop for this rotation over towards New. 90 to 43, and TLE are in a commanding lead.
Mausen now out with the War Machine as well. UMD have a little bit to work with to try and find a break. But Mausen starting to extend here as well. He's not just happy to sit in the point and rain hellfire down. Starting to get aggressive through the middle of the map. He wants to hold them back, and look how it's stunting UMD's push. Mon can find something in the middle of the map as well, but here comes Mausen to help out. And even though he doesn't find a great deal with the War Machine, it's the threat. It's the problem that you're going to have when you're pushing some of these choke points, and now you're going to try and find the push through everybody who has had the time to set up. They managed to find a way through over towards the hut on this side of the map, but Mon just about keeping them at bay. Good hold so far for TLE.
Puedes has just been an absolute demon today. 20 eliminations already through the first set of hard points, but it's still not enough to rally behind. 127 to the 45 for UMD. They really need the back scrap time, but it's just a well-tailored push coming through from TLE just to fight for the back 10 seconds because they can. And by the end of the first set of hard points, it's just under a 100-point lead. UnMythic Dream, they started off on the favorite side ton. They were able to get the P2 side, but still unable to convert it into anything. P3, they got the break. They had the resource advantage. Still only able to muster 46 points through 4 hard points. That's not good math.
It's, well, I mean, still, it's just not necessarily been a great start for them, has it? Dakota trying to get something going. They do have the spawns again. TLE did such a good job of breaking through, but just in the context of this grand final, we said how important this first map is. UMD really do need to take it. Heading into a search and destroy, that if you lose this one, it is a must that you find it, because then you're relying on a control win having to come through. But these are all permutations that, well, still are going to develop over the course of this map. UMD doing a good job of getting some time over towards P1. That's 20 seconds soaked up, and P2 spawns TLE. Not in necessarily the best of positions right now, but still with a commanding lead.
Yeah, they sure are. UMD, I mean, look at how far focused they are for those P2 locations. They, again, give up a good chunk of time. They go 20 for 20 as far as the P1 is concerned, but here's where they need to rectify what went wrong in the first set of hardpoints. You just cannot afford to get broken within the immediate gunfights that come through here on P2. Puedes does have that Tempest ready online, finding a lot of value with it today. Already has the Predator missile to back things up as well. Noisy Shisui, if they feel the pressure, also have operators.
Yeah, they're well equipped to deal with this, but they were last time out and did not manage. Noisy, keeping them at bay as much as he can. And is there anything potentially going to come out here on the other side? TLE bringing in the claw. Noisy will find plenty, though, and this is really good work from UMD. It's the kind of hold they absolutely needed. Mon will find one, though, and Ravel will try to find a way through as well, as Estug will find something alongside with the claw, but Shisu here to help things out with the equalizers coming on through as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, not on the card. Will not manage to find it, but the back spawn's now starting coming through for the TLE with 15 seconds to go. This is not necessarily where you want to be. UMD with a wonderful hold, and a hold they absolutely needed.
They sure would. Love to be able to go back and try to get a little bit more time off of it, but still, you're going to have to feel content with that 30 seconds for the 20 that you gave up at the end for TLE, but it's still a pretty big lead here, Ton. Just over 60 seconds. That's a whole hard point advantage that TLE do hold over UMD currently. As we go over towards P3, lurking members. Malzine's back over towards that useless building, trying to anchor out the spawns. He's now trying to play for the trades, and he's still able to anchor out the spawns. And yeah, Unravel was able to get those close spawns. Elsewhere here for UMD, they do have presence top maps, and across this bamboo bridge, they're able to posture themselves up here with the down Apache helicopter in the hard point, but they don't have the operators.
They don't, but they did well to soak up that pressure. They had one player coming in on the pinch as well, and you do well if you're UMD. A wonderful hold. Indra finds 3 out of absolutely nothing. 25 seconds remaining here off all this good time from UMD. Got a great hold over towards P2. They're doing well here at P3. They're slaying here at P3. They're still finding themselves around 40 seconds behind. That was the insurmountable lead that TLE had set themselves up with, and they've started to find some kills themselves. They've slowed down. They cannot. UMD threatening to come back into this one, and UMD not just threatening, they've got the rotation over for the next hill. They're lighting up the kill feed. UMD finding themselves only 25 seconds away.
Given the playbook for a P4 rotation, UMD will try to execute on it now. You got player number 1, Noisy, trying to anchor out the spawns. He's able to get the next one to spawn up with them, but where's the space being provided for UMD? And players inside a chicken coop. Got one watching the back area trying to play for the trades, and it's Noisy. He anchored out the spawns previously. He's able to find a big 2-piece. All of TLE are so focused on playing for the spawns. This is such an unanswered 20 seconds to come through from UMD, as now they just trail by 7.
And Noisy finds a big kill on them on, though. He was trying to work on something over towards the pinch, but there the kills start to come on through, and TLE will collapse to 33 seconds. Indra, though, the Predator missile will come on through. So now all of a sudden, if you're UMD, do you have enough in the arsenal to try and keep TLE off this 25 seconds? Kills start to come through in the middle of the map. Can they find a break on through? S-Dug finding nothing but thin air. It's another break for UMD. They could arguably take the lead heading into a second rotation. What a wonderful, wonderful group of hills from the side of UMD to give us a bit of a contest in this grand final, because if I'm honest, probably we'll be coming into this seeing TLE's lead, which they will obviously retain heading into a third rotation. But seeing how well they started, I was worried for UMD, but not if Shisu is putting numbers up like this. There's 3 in a row, 43 for the game. It is anyone's coming into the third rotation.
Oh, he's up to 43 eliminations. Shisui, he loves himself a good route, and he loves Apocalypse Hardpoint. Puedes, he's up to 44 eliminations as well, but high value equalizer here out from Shisui. What a massive kills out of him. It's a lot of good presence. It set themselves up for P2 spawns yet again, but look at all the time still left on P1. You can't just anchor out the spawns and towards the back.
Oh my god.
Or over 200 points. Unravel's causing ruckus over by the gold bars, and he's done enough to flip out 2 spawns.
He done, well, brilliantly to find 2 kills. And UMD was searching for him to allow TLE just to pick up some time over towards P1. Spawn's not quite flipped yet. One player, a solitary, over towards the backside for UMD. That was Puedes. He managed to keep the spawns for his team. But the problem is, if you focus so much on the spawn, there's so much time being leaked over to TLE. They're going to be around 20 seconds away by the time we get over towards P2, and they've broken the spawns as well. This is a big moment for TLE. Can UMD hold? Right now, it's looking unlikely. Thug and Coke can manage to find a way through. It's 3 in a row from S-Thug, 4 in a row from S-Thug. And that might be the nail in the coffin for map number 1.
Predator missile gets called in. Hardpoint finally gets popped. Death Machine, Tempest, all underneath.
God.
Wings for TLE, and Unravel is just letting them have it. 43 eliminations, combined 90, almost 100 between Shisui and Puedes. It's not enough as Mon is just running them over inside of P4. He will be traded, but the victory lap was on yesterday. TLE of a 100-point lead will secure map 1.
Incredible rotation over towards P2. And it was Unravel who just did brilliantly to cause so much distraction towards the back pillars. They had to focus on them. There was so much time being made by TLE because one man distracted 3. And when they find that moment, they find that break, it was the first time they really had a rotation over towards P2. Yeah. They end the game there. TLE 2-0 up now in this best of 7. They are 2 maps away from being crowned champions here in North America.
That's what's most important, isn't it? I mean, you have that luxury coming from the winner's bracket side. You get that 1-0 advantage coming into grand finals. You take the map pick off of UnMythic Dream, and it was that one map pick here on Apocalypse Hardpoint that we were really eking on for them to have any sort of leg up in this series, because we know it's not going to be the controls. The standoff search and destroy might be a question. We'll talk more about it here in a few, but I was right there with you, man. Off of that first set of hardpoints, 100-point deficit, I was ready to write things off. I was like, okay, we're going to be in and out here in about 3 maps. Wow, that's kind of nutty, but XtreM Pe, they were constantly fighting. Again, almost just shy of that massive feat in between the two of them. 45 for Puedes, XtreM, 48 respectfully, but man, the macro play out of TLE, much like how we were coining that phrase yesterday in that summit, map number 1 between these two is a continuation here in the APOC.
It really felt like, well, possible after the second rotation for UMD, but it felt like a must win in map number 1. And we've seen from their play, especially as mentioned in that second rotation, that there was potential for them to find something. Wonderful holds over, specifically towards 3 and 4, actually, if anything. After a great hold over towards P2, just a brilliant rotation. But when you put yourself 100 points or so behind after the first, it is always going to be an uphill climb. TLE do so well, though. They really dictated everything that UnMythic Dream did over towards P2. Over the first 2 rotations, TLE flipped it entirely on its head. It's the first time they managed to find a good foothold over towards that side of the map, and then they call game from there. Really solid work with their operators as well, just to secure that one. And there you go, 2-0 up now for TLE. And puts them in a wonderful position, bearing in mind they need 4 maps to, of course, win this best of 7, and there's 2 controls left in this series. It's a tall order at this stage for UnDream to try and find something now. It would take quite the feat to try and bring this one back now, probably, you would think.
Puts a lot more pressure on the standoff search and destroy, because again, the conversation and the narrative from UnMythic Dream's perspective, the only route for them to get the number 1 seed from North America COD M Stage 4 is for them to be able to win maps 1 or 2. Most importantly, that map number 1, because Control, let's be honest here, Ton, has not been it all weekend long for this UnMythic Dream roster. So let's really dive into the nitty-gritty that is this standoff search and destroy. Most importantly, let's enjoy it, because Brody isn't a part of the conversation. He's the one that wanted it. Standoff search and destroy comparatively to a Kurahana Metropolis. You're not going to have like these egregiously double longer lanes of sight. You can still get away with double snipers, but you really want to try to get some players activated in the middle of the map. And I do like these chances, especially for UnMythic Dream, for XtreM to go unnoticed underneath the, I guess, the lens flare that is about to be one of his boomstick counterparts in the backline.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. We haven't seen much standoff at all, which is criminal, to be fair. But of course,
Agreed.
To mention that Brody is not going to get a chance to cast it. He was absolutely devastated, which is all but positive news for me. But heading into it, realistically, look, standoff is one of those maps where, again, it's fundamental search and destroy. It's been around for a very long time. It's going to come down to those snipers, as you mentioned, so you can find those picks. But TLE firmly in the driving seat here. Search and destroy win all but seals it. It's still possible for UnMythic to try and find something here. They need the search and destroy, because control's going to be coming up next, and God forbid them go in to win a control. I mean, that would really throw a cat amongst the pigeons as far as our predictions would go here, Andy. But at the same time, with the way that things have looked all week, all weekend, I should say, 3 out of 3 controls have went the opposite direction. It gives you the story that they ain't so hot at it right now.
Sorry, what are you throwing at pigeons, sir? This is America.
Right, okay, yes.
Pigeons
yes.
are bred.
So that is a saying, the cat amongst the pigeons. It's I don't know how would I say it in America? There's many things that would probably get me fired that I could.
Yeah, probably more than likely.
We'll skirt around that issue. Maybe a conversation for another day. Standoff search and destroy.
Have that conversation.
Coming up. Map number 2 here in this grand final. 2-0 lead though for TLE. Commanding spot heading into the search.
Oh my god. That'd be an entire like breakdown of a show, like turning British idioms, Americanizing them.
Oh god, I'd never work again. Never work again.
Oh yeah, we wouldn't do it live. We'd do it live behind closed doors with some whiskey in hand. Here we go. First round to start things off. UMD for offense, and yeah, it's standoff search. We've been watching it for years since BO2, man. You get that cube set up, trying to get that A execute. Bomb should be planted here. It's immediately covered.
Now what's the retake here for TLE? Trophy's down. Waiting for the flank, and Estug will read it. That's very patient play. So UMD lose one of their star men in Puedes. And is the net maybe starting to tighten? If you're TLE, you have to make a move soon. 23 seconds.
Gotta try to make a move past this square.
Oh my
the
word,
pinch is still gonna be set up, yeah. I mean, it's all just isolation on where the players are located at, right? You still have the numbers, and you still know where the players might be lurking at. Players inside the cube. The second that you see the bombs being planted, you're gonna get past the statue side. And once you get past L, you know that they're going to be playing on that bakery hay bale head glitch. That's exactly where the bombs are going to be planted for, off of the cross and the execute. Nobody was top bakery to watch that cross here on the main street with the cameras picking things up. And without that cross being watched, yeah, it's way too easy for a retake.
And it's even just that first kill on the Puedes, right? Where he's just very patiently trying to make the pick over towards the flank, but doesn't get it done. Mausen will be the one to open things up, and oh my word, TLE. Looking like champions elect right now here in the search. It's a 3 versus 1. Shisu needs to pull it out the bag.
Try their best. The timing may not be favorable. Nade's going to be thrown right over the top, and even before that, the smoke grenade was thrown out. So you know exactly where Shisui's going to be located at, and the comm comes through for S-Thug. Hold your ground here, young man. Shisui should be long wrapping. Oh, he saw his barrel. Did he? The PKM's gonna get the kill, but I could have sworn he saw the barrel. If not, definitely heard the slide, but things looking a little bit too easy here in the early days for TLE on the standoff map too.
I mean, they just pushed and pulled to perfection, haven't they, over these last 2 rounds? I just love that round 1 from them. It was so patient. There was no panic. Okay, you want to plant over towards A, that's absolutely fine. Just the reads, the lines, the picks they were able to find. UMD maybe need to set up a little less passively and more or less expand their setups, but irrelevant of that, we are 2 rounds later. TLE still 2 to the good though, 1.5 minutes to go.
Get nerdy out here from On. Try to see if he can pull maybe some aim assist or see the nameplate potentially. Andrew's pretty aware of it though on the opposite side. That could open things up for this deli execute, for the bomb to get planted here at B. Such a tough bomb site to try to retake, but Nade comes up short. Noisy still finds that pick. 5v4.
Good positioning once again from Under. So patient. He managed to find it. The backup was there. Unravel just for the cover. Wonderful from TLE again. It is quite literally out of the classic search and destroy playbook. And now what's the plan? UMD have waited. They've taken their time. But TLE are positioning themselves well. It's a 4v3 in their favor.
PKM for Dakota slowly moving its way forward. Oh, the jump shot barely even saw him. Saucy's there for the trade. Bomb carrier Dakota needs to make a maneuver happen. It is 2v3. What are your odds of trying to get this bomb planted at B for free?
Oh, 0. 0 with Mausen finding that. Shisu. He feels like he needs to find a pick, and I would probably agree with him. Did they see him? Mausen is now expecting to push as well. I mean, they are just reading them so simply. Page after page. TLE. 3 to the good now in this search and destroy. It's quite simply been brilliant so far. 3-0.
Like primetime Patrick Mahomes in the opening of the NFL series, man. Just like, come on, do something, UMD. Gotta try to get something rolling here. Stuns, nades, not coming up with anything. And they just completely vacate everything onto the backside of the deli lane. Was he able to just get inside there with an HSO for free? Okay, Saucy picks up the timing back Gmaz. I'll take down Incher. So numbers here favoring for TLE. They're quite content with just giving up that lane and just playing for the retake. I mean, I would be. I'm 3-0 up.
Oh my, I mean, look, they pushed over towards that A side of the map just to invite them into the clutches of Saucy. S2 in the round from him. The back of Ramaz Ali, absolutely no problem. It's been locked down by 1 player. Dakota Shisu. Just trembling, if anything, at the moment. Trying to figure out which way isn't covered. The answer is that there ain't one. TLE numbers up 5 versus 3, 3-0 up, as dominant as ever.
Trapped inside a deli. Bomb's gonna try to get planted here. Nobody's watching the exit. 3v4 retake. This is scammable if you play the right corners. They got back hostile positioning. They're going to try to maybe hit a route through the backside of L, or maybe just try to body stack for the entrance. You know that one player still playing inside of Grandma's. They haven't dealt with Saucy.
And they found the picks. Puedes will find Saucy, makes it a 3 versus 3. Mausen answers back. Puedes taken down. Now they need to find the next one. Shisu's the next one. Shisu finds 2. And Dakota will pick up the pieces. UMD eventually get one back. Shisu goes massive. If he gets taken down, all of a sudden it's a 1 versus 2. For Dakota, yeah, he may well have found the first, but would he have found the second? I'm not 100% sure. Shisu goes big when needed. That is a crucial round.
Immediate change here for Mon. He's not going to allow anybody to get inside of Delhi for free. He's got a trophy system to keep himself safe. Unravel is also there to watch this back angle. Just can't allow an HSO shotgun to get that control of Hostile, and being able to get Puedes up top of the sniper rifle with the known information just to take down Saucy to the backside of Grandma's. Wonderfully executed for UnMythic Dream to finally get themselves up on the board. First 30 seconds has passed here in round number 5. And there's that first blood on the Saucy. Not a full-on raid boss, but that guy has been a first blood machine in the opening first 4 rounds.
And that's Puedes getting things going. He's rotated over towards the A side with his teammates. Player in the corner, Estug, could be in a lot of trouble here, or they're just in trouble with him. Estug dipping and diving. He's put one into Puedes as well. He may well look to finish it. Noisy next one, a chopping block. How on earth have they just spun that on its head? Mon finds 2. Estug finds 3. Yeah, you can have your round, your pity round. 4-1 TLE.
We were sitting here talking with Brody yesterday in the series versus UnMythic Dream in winners finals. S-Thug back on the R90 shotgun meta days. Get the HSO shotgun meta here on standoff. Get him inside a cube. It's a nice play, and that guy is hella accurate. Bait play this time around for UMD. They throw all of their nades over towards A, but unbeknownst to them, the setup is inside of Brown. Still finds it, man. First blood machine.
Yeah.
What?
I'm actually going to take himself down, but it doesn't matter. Estug just reads it. The attack comes in, pushes out behind it. Noisy just so unaware. Saucy will find Puedes. This is quite literally an exhibition at this stage. Shisu and Dakota, I mean, how do you find the 2v4? I have no idea how. I mean, the only kill that UMD have managed to find is on Mon, and he killed himself.
God, yeah, how do you do that? What transpired?
See where he was. I'm not too sure.
I think he was in the backside of Delhi, potentially, but S-Thug's able to get all the way to the backside of a gas station at this point. He is so deep inside enemy territory, they would not be aware that they're losing Grandma's positioning here. Saucy is on the backside of the dumpster. Should hear all the sliding on the inside of it. Just barely misses the quick scope, but still the 2 kills come through lickety split, and they never had any sort of information on that long con play that was about to be S-Thug all the way over inside a gas station. That guy was taking the world tour here on standoff with the HSO shotgun, but a 5-1 split here for TLE. 2 rounds away from a 3 lead.
It's feeling likely. Oh, it's feeling more likely. Mon and Mausen finding stuff through the middle of the map, and now over towards A. One player has found his way over. That's going to be Dakota. Has to play this perfectly. Utility on its way through. The nade will land, but it will not land heavy enough. Estug finds Dakota. Noisy did find Unravel through the middle of the map, but there's a pinch going to be set up. You can already see Mausen is on the flag. Yes, okay, they'll lose another, but they need to work quickly. Shisu, he can find something here. Mausen needs to get himself into gear here. He's managed to miss a shot, but not on Noisy. Shisu left in the 1v2.
Is planted, so you got the timing for the checks. Slide's going to reveal he's checking now. The smoke actually completely messes him up in any sort of timing you might have been looking for. And he tries challing through the smoke in the unknown. Not only was on the other side of the front side of the tank or the other side of the statue, considering in the 1v2, just desperate. Felt like he needed to make a play and forced one. Now TLE are just a single round away.
Noisy. How's he found that? He will get traded, but for 2. Looking like the collateral comes through for Noisy. Incredible work. Puts him in an advantageous position, but if it's that kind of play that you need just to give you a number advantage. And now TLE will back on up here proper. They'll go back to the drawing board, but 6-1 up. You can take your time with that pencil.
triple sniper, by the way. Unravel, S-Thug, and Mon all have one to play with. They can slow things down to a snail's pace, but somehow got to try to make a move happen. Mon's checking every single wall bang possible before they fully execute out from Bakery. Late nade. That's not going to find much of anything whatsoever, but it's going to give information to UnMythic Dream where the push is going to be coming from. It's all the Bakery side.
As you mentioned, with the 3 snipers that they've got here, if you're going to try and pick a team apart, this is how you want to be equipped. Now, Predator's going to spot one Mon. He'll find the pick. And now he's just spraying through over towards the site as well. I think the real linchpin here is going to be Shisu through the middle of the map. He's going to cause havoc when he does get himself involved. But right now, Indra in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, no.
Stug will find one. This with 3 versus 5. Dakota will fall. And Shisu now on the flank. Still has potential, but those shots will give his position away. It is just perfection from TLE. The Search and Destroy lasted longer than my cup of tea. Wasn't very long. 3-0 now to TLE. They are cruising and are 1 map away from being champions here in North America.
Appreciate the elaboration, because I don't know if you're a fast tea drinker and you enjoy the sensation of burning your mouth like I do, or if you just drink it slowly. So, yeah, I mean, like, look, what do you want to say, man? Like, the fact that TLE just walked away with that numbers disadvantage, the HSO shotgun is godlike. S-Thug's timing is even better. You talking about Shisui, how he was the one lurking phenomenon in the middle of Brown over towards that B bomb site. Not bad, in factor. Timing was never on his side, because just as much as they were unbeknownst to Shisui's position, the same could be said for S-Thug and for Unravel on the opposite side. Those guys were taking routes continuously. 11-2 for S-Thug. Malzine finished 10-3. Saucy went 7-5, and I'm pretty sure 6, if not all 7 of those kills were first bloods.
Magical work from TLE. Just looking. Another British saying for you. Different gravy. Right now here in North America.
Gravy.
I also love gravy, and TLE right now, the tastiest gravy that side of the Atlantic. 3 to the good. And with Control coming up, this one feels like it's done, but if any team can turn around, is it UnMythic Dream? That's going to be the question. Control has been horrendous for them. They haven't won a single one out of the 3 series they've played. No time like the present, though.
Well, you know, it's funny because you asked the question and then you immediately answered it, and then you went to go take a huff from your Cofium tank, and then you quickly realize that's out, man. It's tapped. Like, there's no way I see UnMythic Dream just completely catching TLE off guard going into this this raid control, man. It seems improbable, and I would be doing a disservice to all commentators, analysts, COD Mobile enthusiasts, and even you as well, Ton, to try to sit here and spin up some type of narrative that UMD might be able to work their way back in towards the series. Is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? I'm not too sure anymore, man, because the slang, it was there, but again, there's just no presence. There's no space being provided. The Apocalypse Hardpoint showcased that. Any resiliency, mental fortitude, that got out the window immediately with the amount of isolated chows we were seeing from that standoff search and destroy.
Yeah.
It's just all gone, man. And I'm not too sure where you go from UMD coming into this, but you better hope that this little powwow you're having with your teammates is something better than what we got to see from those first 2 maps here in Grants.
I'm just trying to sow the seed for a potential comeback and make myself look smarter if they do manage to do it. But it just doesn't really feel at all possible now, does it? I mean, you've got 2 more controls at least in this series. You need to win every single map without fail. It's such a difficult thing to do for UnMythic Dream right now. TLE have still yet to lose a map in what feels like 2 weeks. They have been absolutely phenomenal. And again, that Search and Destroy was just a great tell to show how good of a team they were. It was just immediately the bomb goes down and they're the ones waiting for the flank. They know what they're going to do. They know that they need to just whittle them down. It felt like the playbook was this thick at that stage. I mean, there was so many different looks that they had, whether it was retakes on defense, whether it was different sides of the map that they want to manipulate to send them elsewhere, because their other players are able to deal with them on that one. In another map and mode in particular that works well on is raid control. Can they close it out here, or can UMD do the unthinkable? They would need the insane reverse sweep to get this grand final to go their way.
The super duper reverse sweep has to start coming through here for UMD. We'll have to see if they have a Merriam-Webster sized dictionary of reactions and plays on raid control. We've been seeing this for quite some time, this map, but maybe not so much as the mode. We'll have to see the opening attack so far for TLE. Pretty stagnant. I mean, they don't have the immediate information, but the moment that they see the whack-a-mole commence, they start finding the kills, but good trades for UMD.
Pressure's starting to come in, Mousin. He's so good with the Type 63. Just so accurate. Mon, he will find something else inside. I mean, Mousin just finding that gunfight up close and personal against Paredes. There's levels at the moment. Saucy and Co doing really well over towards this B side. This should be gone, and I think if I'm UMD, that might give them encouragement to maybe have a little look at it, those couple of kills. But as you can see on the minimap, they're backing down. They're looking over towards A, and that's the right thing to do. B captured pretty much perfectly.
2 minutes on the board. Feels like a search and destroy round if they had 17 lives on one side and the 20. I hope that made Brody laugh. I really tried hard for that one. 19 lives now being dwindled down for TLE, but still, when you have this lead ton, you know as well as I do, you could just play the trade game. There's one player left inside the spawn, and of course it was Shisui. That guy loves himself a good route.
Friendly hunter-killer.
So you have so much ample time to be able to find yourself a favorable kill feed, and then the space being provided. TLE, you're going to start taking routes. I got a player all the way back jungle. Might get a couple players to join them if they can get these kills through pillars.
I mean, they just have so much time to formulate a plan, don't they? 14 versus 12 now. UMD have closed the gap ever so slightly, but Mon's just happy to stay alive. Over towards this side. He's going to be the catalyst for the push when it does eventually come through. Unravel. Finding something over towards Kitchen. Spins. Finds Dakota as well, but Predator has done extremely well, actually. He's found 3. Now Mon is left all on his own, all because of Puertas. They are able to clear house. Now 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. TLE still have a very slight life advantage, but all of a sudden Shisu can put himself in a position, but he's whiffed a couple of bullets. Did they even know he's there? The War Machine's out, and they haven't turned around. Shisu's got freebies. Not 1, but 2 potentially onto Mon. That might just seal it, but still an 8 versus 6, 7 versus 6. Shisu's there for the flank, and there's 3.
Sir, are we playing BO3? This guy got active camo on or something? Like, what are we talking about out here? That's insane. I don't know where they thought the bullets were coming from, but 5v4. Shisui is out of the round entirely. It's 40 seconds left here for TLE. UMD are playing this as passive as possible. Anything is scalable.
Juarez finds one onto Mon. And Ravel's gonna bring it out as well. And oh, has he not brought it out? Cooking in the kitchen is Unravel with the Tempest. 4 versus 2 now. Feels very doable, but TLE still have to make a move. Puertas. Oh, this is so dangerous. Unravel would find another, so Puertas is left all on his own. Needs to land a shot, but Unravel, he doesn't miss. TLE wanted the good.
Oh, the Tempest was right there. The dot, the crosshair was ever so outside of the sprite for the hurt box. It was so close to being able to get that clutch, and maybe the bolt lightning. Not gonna be the case. UMD fought themselves all the way back in towards that round, and now they gotta answer back with an offense of their own. Opening breakoff over towards Ring. Opening breakoff denied towards Ring. Noisy's the only one to find a kill, and he's the sniper inside of Red. Dead to rights.
UMD need to pull this one out of the fire immediately. The fire is burning hot though, isn't it, right now? TLE just don't seem to be able to make a misstep. Mon, he's found the flank, and now all of a sudden, potential spawn trap is on the cards. The only thing that may well allow them out is Noisy. He's managed to find something, but Mon, oh, he's just putting an extra couple of bullets in just to make sure with the equalizer gets himself killed. But 24 versus 18. TLE in a very, very nice spot. They'll keep forcing them back. UMD are going to run out of time in 40 seconds.
Don't even worry about the lives at this point. You just gotta try to find something. Anything. Gung-Ho, Puedes trying to get on the backside of Laundry before they even get a single segment over at B. That's greedy. 11v21 now, about to be sub 30 seconds. Noisy's still sniping, and because of so, Esta goes completely unnoticed all the way through Gymnasium. He's looking for spawn kills.
Oh, such a... How has he won the gunfight? How on earth has that happened? Oh no. Estug is stunting on them. They've got them forced back into 19 versus 5. UMD may well be waving the white flag because TLE are running through them. This is quite literally an exhibition. 2 versus 18, 1 versus 18. This one is nearly done. TLE have been nothing but perfect in this grand final. They are 1 round away.
Oh my god. Someone draw up the meme of TLE Esports in there with a little stick into the sand, poking UMD. Come on and do something, little bro. Noisy is going to open things up here with the War Machine. Ceremonious to try to find any tags over towards Zig. There would be players over there, but it gets denied from Trophy Systems. Wonderfully done for TLE to be able to recognize the game state. They have operators on their side of ring, but that does get shut down. They got no pressure over towards Ring Ton. The player number 5 of Mon found himself timing to get inside of money, to maybe cause a little bit of distress through the middle of the map, and he does so.
The thing is, for TLE, they pretty much waste a couple of operators and it doesn't matter. Still like a scythe through the middle of the map, and all of a sudden the death machine is out from Saucy. Starting to get something done over towards A, working on 2 different fronts, and it just seems as if everything they touch is turning to gold. Perez and Noisy will deal with everything that was heading their way over towards A, but B, 2 ticks about to find its way through. TLE working on something over towards the A side as well as B being captured, and I think if you're UMT, you don't want to even look at this. Just try and turtle up over towards A.
Might as well. Try your best. Get wheelbarrow control. Get yourself inside of money, because this 6 life lead needs to be answered back here. Indra might be the one to try to do so here with the death machine. Yeah, everything becomes paper mache here as far as the TK is concerned when you got a bolt hose in the 2 of your hands that is replicated in the death machine. Though, look at the trades ton. It's constantly coming through. Eslug's got the claw out on the opposite side. He's all the way inside a jungle looking for spawn kills on this side of the map. He has no idea where they're located at because some kills haven't come through in quite some time. But look at the numbers that it's pulling back. So has the claw. 3 players turn to deal with him. Dakota's got the claw on the opposite side, trying to find more kills. Now still trailing by 4 lives, but we're just down to 90 seconds. Wonderfully done from UMD.
And that's set out a nice base for UMD, hasn't it? It was Dakota, really, who has been the catalyst for it. And some nice kills through the middle of the map, and now they can set themselves up. And she too can start to cause some havoc. Unravel will get taken down. Now 12 versus 10. This was looking not necessarily insurmountable, but it was looking rough. The UMD only moments ago. Now TLE will have to pick their way through. Kills are plenty coming through from UMD, and now all of a sudden, well, momentarily the lives were in their favor, but now a 9 versus 9. They're set up well through the middle of the map here. Predator and Co in a good spot. Predator missile coming in. Dakota and May will have sealed around 9v6, 9v5. Well turned around from UMD.
Yep, Predator Missile will secure 2. Is that a resource that they might need for the upcoming break-off? We're sitting here talking about, will UMD be able to take a map? They're going to be able to at least take a round here as far as the raid control is concerned. Seeing into the round number 4, last 2 players alive. Now the last would be Mon. He's got 23 eliminations to his name, but a 1v6 would be something a little bit too diffy. And it just simply will not be the case. So, no 2 offenses, no mega reverse sweep, not quite yet, but it's all going to start here in the control. Shisui's got a Predator Missile, his operator, as well as Puertes. He's got the Tempest online. You'd like to imagine you got to find value with those 2 if you have any hope to convert this offense.
Operators available. UMD need a good start here. They need to be able to bring something to the table. It's a big B push coming in, and TLE have pretty much given this one up. And Rebel was able to find Dakota through the middle of the map, but B pressure starting to be worked on. Preda's getting aggressive, but Estug, Mausen, starting to find kills. Could do with finding another here. He just walked through a Tempest like it wasn't there. Mausen takes down Preda's, and I think if he'd found launching control, then all of a sudden UMD maybe had something on their hands, but now Unravel here with the Tempest out. Dakota will fall to the van, and Unravel will start to make further members of UMD start to fall as well. 26 to 21. The kills starting to come through from TLE and plenty of map control. Is this the swan song? Is this one nearly done?
Saucy staying alive through mid is certainly helpful. He can set up a timing to get back over towards pillars of his teammate now for Eslug, who slides out from Laundry. Nobody's looking his way. He's able to find himself too. He knows that there's still more players on the zone, and he's absolutely feasting. Last player alive, dead from Unravel, who resurfaces over by rocks. 2 minutes on the board from the B zone being captured, but they trail by 10 lives.
Thankfully for the side of UMD, you were able to get a hold of B. Time has been extended, but the lives that's truly not on your side. The pressure's starting to be put in. They're starting to fall, but Noisy, Indra, they can answer back. It's not done yet.
Not quite yet, but I feel like it's starting to become a little bit out of reach. Noisy, though, just completely gives his life away. And that's a War Machine that's completely going to be thrown by the wayside. Indra's now got the Death Machine now. Got to turn this into some sort of value.
Trying to get something going through the middle of the map as well here. Indra will find plenty. Shisu. Equalizer out. 7 versus 14, still very doable. Saucy trying to rain something down, but Indra will deal with him. Saucy wasted his operator. Mausen will find Noisy. And they're now turtling up over towards it. The basketball court spawns do come on through. Mausen will find one, but this is a huge opportunity. 10 versus 4. They still have numbers here. Shisu, Puertes can get something going, but you have to be perfect. Shisu can find another. Air progress will start to come on through. Close spawn's going to come in here, though, for the side of TLE. Can they find any kills here? Right now, it's only UMD. 3 versus 5. They continue to find kills in the 3 versus 4.
Gotta just wipe away the players that are on the... They're so worried about players inside a kitchen. Now 2v3. TLE still trying to hold on.
They may well just try and pick them apart. Next kill is going to be massive. And it's going to be in the favor of Mon. Indra, he will fall, as will Noisy. TLE, get your coats on. We were already seeing you in Poland, but it's a first-class ticket as the champions in North America. They get it done in perfect style. 4-0 in this grand final. TLE are your champions in North America.
Yep, get your coats on for November, but we gotta sweep our ways past October, cackling their way through on this entire sweep. They started off 1-0 here in the grand finals. Might not even been required because they don't drop a single map, not only versus UnMythic Dream, but all stage long, and something absolutely remarkable for TLE Esports. When the narrative for North America came around that there was only so much talent left over, all of TLE said, hold my apple juice, man. S-Slug coming back in towards the mix alongside of this Unravel fella. They're absolutely firing off on all cylinders. So much so, they haven't dropped a single map. And it's safe to say, as we are starting to see the conclusion of what is now North America's #1, maybe there is some hope going in towards Katowice. Brody, wouldn't you say that there might be some glimmer that maybe this TLE Esports might do something come Katowice's time?
Yeah, I mean, TLE, they are just a cut above the rest of the competition. I think, they do offer some kind of hope for North America, that this is a roster that, they put the effort in and they can maybe be competitive in November. And I think that's just the key difference for me, right? I mean, you go back to that upper bracket final, and TLE, again, those maps were relatively close, right? I mean, I know that the control scoreline was the same at the end of that map number 3 then in that upper bracket final as well. But for the most part, it was a much closer affair. This, though, is, I think, proof that TLE definitely have something of note to say. I think they are absolutely, without a shadow of doubt, obviously being the #1 seed in North America. North America's best hope at doing something in Katowice. I love what I saw from this roster, and I'm excited to see more of them in November.
And commiserations for UnMythic Dream. Obviously, they would have loved to be able to not only take one map, but be able to get the run back maybe for a chance to be the #1 seeded team. But they do have some VOD to go back and watch at the end of this. Here is how the entire weekend did pan out. Again, TLE Esports not dropping a single map. They 3-0'd XPE, 3-0'd UnMythic Dream, and then 4-0'd them here with a 1-0 lead going in towards Grand Finals. Ton. When you're looking at this roster, like I was talking about S-Slug and the S&D, his timing with the HSO, godlike, his understanding on what weapon needs to be in a certain point position, simply fantastic to be able to witness. But any one of these 5 players have been able to showcase their takeover potential. And I think when you look at the greater scheme of things on the international stage, you need that because the best teams in the world have that capability.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the X factor when it comes down to those moments. I think for me, I'm thinking of moments where they were able to just drag it through out of nothing. I'm thinking of Unravel as well. I mean, everybody had their moments, and that's the point. I think just everything they were able to bring to the table, we've seen it in the Hardpoint, that they developed as the map went on. They've seen in Apocalypse that they weren't winning those rotations over towards P2. As soon as they do, they call game. And that was Unravel who made that happen pretty much all on his own. You think of the Search and Destroy, how many moments that S-Thug had inside of the A site where he found 2 or 3 pretty much all on his own. But then that just doesn't put into perspective how good their team play is as well. I mean, just overall, they look like a real big package, don't they? They look like the package that could do some damage in Katowice. I mean, look, it's difficult to say because, look, they're going up against in a North American region that necessarily hasn't been at the highest level it has been, at least from what we've seen a couple of years ago. But at the same time, they do it so impressively that it does make you think if they can find themselves some good scrims, put themselves in a good position, like get that practice in, make sure they do as much as they possibly can, they could potentially be a threat. And coming in with a number 1 seed absolutely helps as well.
As we're preparing for the interview here sometime soon, we might be able to get some questions on what that might be looking like in the preparations time comes November. But Brody, I mean, as far as North America is concerned, clearly the scene still has so much left to offer. We talk about some of the tailored names like S-Thug has been around the block for quite some time, but he's also surrounding himself with some new age talent as well. Like this Unravel guy, super stoked to be able to see what he does once he gets to land.
Yeah, Unravel's been one of those players, at least from my knowledge, I want to say he's like relatively newer. Maybe I'm wrong in saying that. I don't think I've seen much of Unravel over the last couple of years. Mon is the weird one for me. I don't know who is playing under the Mon moniker. I don't think.
Pretty sure it's Zyrax.
I think it's Zyrax. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't want to treat Mon as a new player. I'm fairly certain that might be Zyrax either changing his name or just doing an Inferno and turning up with a random name and not telling anyone about it. But either way, I mean, Mon, Zyrax, whatever, they're playing out of their mind. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of talent on this TLE roster, even beyond the usual suspects, per se. I think it's very easy to gravitate towards S-Thug as like the guy who's probably the most storied name of this team by far. But yeah, I mean, the rest of the squad, they're all having their moments. They look very, very good. And I'm excited to see more of this team moving forward. I think there is a lot of talent here. And I will say as well, I think this is just a general story with North America, right? I think we've kind of witnessed this transition of talent from, being very US-based region a couple of years ago. Obviously, we had Mexico joining North America from Latin America, season 5 of SPS. That was the end of last year. And, I think we've kind of seen this slow but steady transition to, all right, Mexico is part of North America to, wow, Mexico is just North America now. There is just so much talent coming out of that country. And they really showed up there in that grand finals.
Well, I'm glad that you're bringing up the entirety of one region molding in towards the next, because we got our interview prepared for us, and it's not just a player formerly known as a player, but now turned coach Tatilo will be joining us as the coach for this roster of TLE Esports. Coach, welcome to the broadcast, man. Let's go ahead and talk about big picture here. You got some shiny pieces of the puzzle here for this team, man. They're looking great.
I'm gonna explain everything on Spanish, but I'm trying my English best. Para ser honestos, fue un trabajo muy emotivo para todos nosotros. Yo soy el 6º jugador de TLE y pues bueno, el trabajo que estuvo haciendo el equipo fue arduo. Pese a las adversidades, pues sacamos todo adelante y pues queremos dar ahí agradecimiento a las personas que nos estuvieron ahí apoyando, a todas las personas ahí deseando lo mejor para TLE.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tatilo. And again, my Spanish is absolutely awful, so I'm not too sure if you ended up giving yourself any sort of shout outs there as well. But any shout outs for the fans, your supporters along the way, any final words to them before you fly out to Katowice?
Hicimos, la verdad, o sea, ahorita todos ya están celebrando, estamos aquí solamente pues para darle representación en la entrevista, estamos aquí pues ya todos están felices por haber ganado. También quiero mandar ahí un saludo a todas las personas que nos apoyan de TLE, ahí al CEO, Tule, a Chon que nos apoyan, a todas las personas ahí presentes y pues bueno, también, ¿qué se le puede hacer? Todo el arduo trabajo es por tanto nuestro coach Warden que estuvo detrás de nosotros, pero también lamentablemente tuvimos un inconveniente, pero pues bueno, tenemos que salir adelante y estamos en ello pues.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tatilo. Appreciate you so much for your time and all of your words as well. We'll go ahead and let you go and celebrate with the team, but we'll see you in Katowice.
See ya.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tatilo. Again, the coach for TLE. We'll see what that team has in store for us come November time. But boys, that's it. Now, at this point, we're just waiting to see the conclusion of CDM. I'm pretty sure, Brody, to see what the entirety of the world has to offer for Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, literally the last region left. We know everybody apart from 3 teams, and that's going to be an interesting story to keep an eye on over the next week, isn't it? Because you talk about North America being a region. There is still technically one more North American team that could make it to champs. That, of course, being OUG over in China. Of course, they'd technically be representing China if they were to qualify, but still, it's one of the most interesting stories. China has showed up over the last 3 to 4 years of champs pretty much every single time. And that's the most exciting part, isn't it? I mean, just are we going to see Wolves? Are we going to see Q9 make it? And of course, is it going to be SPG? Is it going to be OUG? There's just so many questions. I can't wait to see who's going to round out our field of competition come champs.
Well, ton outside of the ripples of godlike fans ready to stampede Brody's DMs off of saying that there could be a 4th NA team representing going around for World's Finals. What's your closing remarks going in towards this broadcast as we will be preparing ourselves for Katowice?
That at least the teams that are coming through from Europe and North America, especially for TLE and obviously exclusive sake, I think that, you know, we've got some teams that potentially could go on to do something. TLE looked really good again. It's hard to say with the sample size that we've seen. Obviously, the opponents they're going up against, but with some of just the fundamentals that they were playing, some of the talent that you can see on offer, let's see how they do. I'm not counting them out just yet.
We'll have to see what it all has to offer for us again at the beginning of November. Just under $1 million prize pool. You smell it in the air. It is World's Finals times, and we will be in Katowice, Poland, just in under 2 months' time. Make sure you follow us on all the social medias as well at XtreM Esports to follow along with all the action and the conclusion for all the other regions across the world to be able to see all of the teams that will be competing for the $850,000 prize pool in Katowice around November. But until then, on behalf of all involved, y'all stay safe, and we'll see you then.
Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Pick a number, any number you like. Now forget it, you won't need that tonight. Know my reputation, ain't got it tight. Let me show you this trick I like. Yeah, baby, I'm the best. That's why I ain't taking no less. I'm like the Royals, don't sweat. The haters look little from the jet. Woo! Little to the left. You always hit the spot, yes. Think I'm just blessed. Red souls with that new couture dress. Hey. I'll show you things that you won't believe, no. Yeah. Stand back, baby, here we go. Baby, here we go. Use that magic. I'm the queen of all suits. I'm doing just fantastic. Said that goddess a little loose. I roll up in old classics. It's all diamonds, no hoops. I'm doing good. How about you? Welcome to another world, one where they let out all the girls. Them boys, they don't know where to look now. We're stripping cause it's winning's hot work. Yeah, little to the right, just so I hit the spotlight. I want everyone to see now. This is how you do the thing right. Hey. I'll show you things that you won't believe, no. Yeah. Stand back, baby, here we go. Baby, here we go. Use that magic. I'm the queen of all suits. I'm doing just fantastic. Said that goddess a little loose. I roll up in old classics. It's all diamonds, no hoops. I'm doing good. How about you? I guess you heard they call me good luck. Cause with me you'll be on the good stuff. Cause we go harder than the bedrock.
A quick slide through from Prevail.
So good, it can't stop. That rhythm on top, it's moving my feet as soon as it drops. So you can try to fight it, but that music don't stop.